What is poppin', people? No music today. Members only. Not enough of us here to be sitting through music and waiting for other people to come in. It is just us. So salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here with me, and we going to get straight into it. What is poppin', people? Hope you're having a good day. Shout out to the members. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Shout out 298 on the check-in. All right. I'm going members only today. I'm considering doing a universal stream after. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. All right. It was cold in here a minute ago. Now it's warm. I don't know what's happening. But we gonna get into a couple of things before we get out of here. Shout out at the Hip Hop Guru. Got gifted a membership. Salutes. All right. So let's hang out. All right. Hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button. Shouldn't be not one member in here not hitting the like button. All right. We will fucking weed you out. We will find you. And we will give you a life sentence in the fucking bathroom. All right. Salute. All right. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. I'm going to get straight away into it. All right. Let's talk about Cain Velasquez. Right. Shout out Cain Velasquez. For those that don't know who Cain Velasquez is, he is the first Mexican.
Put him in a fucking bench.
I know people like to correct me, but the truth is he was the first Mexican heavyweight champion that I ever heard of anything. Right? And he was the dude that I felt like the Mexican community should have been apoyando and pushing forward and you know, supporting. Had a great UFC career. You know, had an amazing fight with Brock Lesnar. But his body gave up on him, and eventually his body kind of pushed him out the game, right? And then an unfortunate incident with his son at a daycare kind of, I'll say the word triggered Cain to do what every man says he's going to do. Cain went after the motherfucker. Again, they're going to break it down for you on what we're going to watch today. I'm going to read the article. Cain went to jail. All right? Cain did not get the intended target. Cain got the intended target's enabler stepfather. Right? But again, I'm going to let Jesse on Fire tell it. I'm going to read the article. Today was Cain's sentencing. Now, they had it was within their rights. Shout out at the Hip Hop Guru. Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. Shout out Velasquez on the check-in. Salutes. It's a problem with Mexicans when it comes to supporting someone that's Mexican-American. That's fucked. That's fucked, you know? And it's like, man, humans, bro, humans. We ain't figured it out. We've been blessed with colors and we the vision and we've been blessed to not see everything in grays and whites, and we can't figure it out. Humans are extremely flawed, bro. Extremely flawed, because that's a fucked up mentality right there. And don't get it fucked up. There's Boricuas that do that shit too. The Mexican ones, the Boricua ones, the ones from Mars, they can all fucking eat a dick. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who has that kind of mentality is less than to me. I feel like you're beneath me. Why? Because I want to see motherfuckers win. I want to see humanity win. I want to see my people win. I want to see my guys win. I want to see your guys win. But if you got that filthy ass attitude, or if you're like a Latino that's racist, and like you're just a cunt. You're a relic. And I don't care if there's more of them than us. They're still a relic. They are whispers of a time past. All right, you motherfuckers on the wrong side of history. You know, yeah. So happened with De La Hoya too. Right, it's like he don't have to be your favorite fighter. I'm not just gonna like a fighter because he's Puerto Rican, right? But damn, you know, give him some love. Don't work against him. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? But fuck De La Hoya, right? I was trying to teach him a boxing lesson. Fuck De La Hoya. He's a bad motherfucker in this time, though. Shout out William Borden on the check-in. What up, Sha'il? First, how is the 11th Province doing today? 11th Province fucked up. But so is the 12th, the 10th, the 9th. Whichever one y'all are, everybody's fucked up, man. All right, if you come from the human persuasion, you done fucked up. All right, hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. All right, in this members only, there's no reason we shouldn't have 15. We got 15 viewers. We should have 15 likes because we are in the members only, and many of y'all were gifted these memberships. So hit that like button. All right. Let's talk Clapper. What the fuck does that mean? Shout out Primo. Shout out Airplane. Airplane said there's more money in blue collar crime right now. Or what is it? White collar crime right now. Go do somebody's taxes if you want to get paid. Stay away from the cartel. Shout out Primo. Boom. Hit them like buttons. If not, we're going to fucking... I'm going to tell everybody, send a screenshot of your like something. We're going to weed you motherfuckers out. We will find you. We will destroy you because this is Sparta, motherfucker. And we will send you home to get your fucking shine box. Real talk. All right. Hit that fucking like button. So boom, my only wish is the same as Joe Rogan's wish that that Cain would have beat Buddy to his termination. But he did it. All right.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
He shot his enabler, which fuck him too. All right. But Cain was sentenced to this today. They were within their rights and within their legal mumbo jumbo to give Cain up to 40 years, 30 years in prison. All right. Which was a big worry, not just because of the circumstances of the case, because the circumstances of the case are one thing. Who fans, supporters, family, and friends know Cain Velasquez to be is a completely other thing. You know what I mean? All right, shout out Young Jizzle. What up, Higgins? Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you for being here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. 14 of us with 11 likes. It's members only. You can't hide in here. There's no trolls to hide with. All right? No little Kagas with. I live in a fucking bathroom. So if you know Cain as a human being, you know that he don't deserve to be in prison for 30 years. You know that any judge, any whoever, even the DA who was pushing for 30 years, who seems like a PDF file sympathizer to me. I get it. Listen, I'd love to find the footage. I gotta ask Zaya for it. I know me and Zaya had this conversation. I mention it every time because Zaya's thought was different than mine. My thought is, Cain, I wish you would have hunted dude down and just destroyed dude with your hands. Zaya was like, we can't have motherfuckers out here vigilante justice up and strapped busting at everybody in the street. We can't have that. They got to set a precedent. Okay, I get that part. But those of us who know who Cain Velasquez is, who he is as a person, we know that Cain Velasquez don't have no business being 30 years in prison. And it was a big word for me last night. Just last night. You know what I'm saying? Like, just last night. Knowing that today was going to be his sentencing. And it wasn't just me, the whole MMA community. A lot of the combat sports community, a lot of the community who believes that these chomos and PDF files shouldn't have a fucking safe place to rest their head. 2 more people need to hit that like button. 15 concurrent viewers with 13 likes. That means 2 of y'all don't fuck with me. We're going to find you. We gonna fucking find you. I'm just here to do. That's it. I'll get to it, William Borden. Shout out Jose Amado on the check-in. Shout out Airplane, Primo, William Borden, Velez, Oso, at the Hip Hop Guru 298. I appreciate y'all. Boom. Somebody, 2 of y'all not hit. Two. I need the rest of y'all to go find the 2 motherfuckers and hit the like button.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff for my friend.
We know who he is and why he shouldn't get 30 years. And I was worried last night. Now the DA, from my understanding, the DA was trying to slam him. From what I'm hearing, that the lawyer was trying to slam him. But we about to get into all that right now. Here it is. Cain Velasquez sentenced to 5 years in prison after pleading no contest in attempted unaliving case. Cain Velasquez was sentenced to 5 years in prison on Monday after pleading no contest to a variety of charges, including attempted unaliving, following his initial arrest back in 2022. According to multiple reports, the sentencing brings an end brings to an end a 3-year-long saga after Velez was hit with numerous charges, including premeditated attempted termination, felony assault, and hammer-related charges. Velez appeared in court alongside his family and his attorney before the sentence was handed down by Judge Arthur Bocanegra. Prosecutors in the case were seeking 30 years to life in prison. Who in their right mind thinks that makes sense? Some would say a prosecutor, because there's rules. A sympathizer if you're going that hard. Oh, but we just can't have everybody out here pulling off vigilante justice on anybody they think is a PDF file of this, that, or the other. And we got to set a precedent. 30 years to life, though? Huh? What about that Chomo? That Chomo getting 30 years to life? Give that Chomo 30 years to life. First offense. You don't want to do that? Fuck you. Shut up. No? Am I wrong? Y'all tell me in the chat if I'm full of shit. Fuck you. But you trying to get 30 on a dude that you know isn't a loose cannon. You know he's not that. $30 years to life. Prosecutors in the case were seeking 30 years to life in prison while Velasquez's defense attorney sought probation and time served, which I know that would have been probably kind of light, but he already served a bunch of months in jail. Who sought probation and time served. In the end, Velasquez gets a 5-year sentence behind bars. Velasquez also gets credit for time already served at 3 years, which obviously shortens his overall prison time, and he was remanded into custody following his sentence. The ordeal surrounding the former UFC heavyweight champion started when he was first arrested in February 2022 after he went on an 11-mile high-speed chase pursuing a car containing Harry... Fuck that guy. I don't even want to say his fucking name, bro. I don't. I'd like to see his thoughts spread across the street. Like, I wish Cain had the opportunity to pick the right one, because that's probably the biggest part of it all, was that he hit the wrong motherfucker. You know what I mean? He hit the wrong motherfucker, so. That was for the gun. What was for the gun? What was for the gun? Shout out Shannon on the check-in. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. This thing is... I'm sorry. This members only. No wonder. I'm thinking that it's members only. I got this on a public thing. Jesus Christ. I'm lost today. All right. We public. Salutes. Well, let me change the... Let me change the thumbnail so that people know. Because we already here. Maybe I'll get off early and go members only. Jesus Christ. It's been long days, bro. When I have a lot going on, I don't like rushing things, and I don't like. Remember, there was maybe Mondays. Look at Mondays as maybe Mondays. Maybe I go live on Monday, maybe I don't. From now on, just always think of Monday like that, all right? Because when it's a situation like this, I fuck around and fail, and there's a million settings that I have to do before we get started. If I miss one of them, that's the difference between, us doing a members only stream and a universal stream. I've been talking to y'all like this is a members only stream the whole time. Fuck. Again. Boom. Let me put this. Let me switch this to the regular live joint. Where is it? That was dumb. Half asleep over here. Fuck. Pulled in too many different unappreciated ass directions. Here we go. Boom. Let me switch that. No longer members only. This has never been members only. Let's get it. So there's people out there that might have seen it say members only, and they I didn't put no music. I didn't do nothing. Like, bad move. All right. We back at it. So, Buddy wanted to give him 30 years. The 5 is for the hammer. I wonder how much they took that hammer into account. Was it a legal hammer? I know California is crazy when it comes to hammers, but nothing wrong with messing up, Shy. Everyone does it. I appreciate you, sir. It be like that sometimes. But salute to y'all. I'm glad everybody's here. Fuck it, everybody's here anyway. I was gonna go do a Universal stream anyway after this, so it is what it is. I thought Ed the Hip Hop Guru had got gifted a fucking sub. Like, I don't know. My mind was crossed up. It is what it is. Let's get it. Hold on, I want to change the image here. Let's take this members only off. Let's switch that to come on, man. Fuck around. Gotta make this easier on myself. Here we go. Jesus. Sorry, y'all. Hit the like button. This is a shit show of a stream so far. Let's get it. Let's see our thumbs. How is it even possible that there's 2 of these fucking files? It's crazy what's happening right now. Here we go. Let's do this. There you go. Fuck. All right. Most likely he busts a shot. Oh no, he busted shots. He actually hit the father, the stepfather of the person that did this to his son. All right. I'm here. I see you got the story I shared just for you. FYI for later. Trying to stay on topic. No worries. I done thrown this shit for a loop already anyway. Most likely he definitely busted a shot. So yeah, that could be it. He definitely busted a shot. He blew dude's arm up. Right? Wrong guy. Caught the enabler. Alright. That happens, right? No worries. So let's see. Let's get back to where I was at. Also got credit for time served, which obviously shortens his overall prison time, and he was remanded into custody following his sentencing. The ordeal surrounding the former UFC heavyweight champion started when he was first arrested in February 2022 after he went on an 11-mile high-speed chase pursuing a car containing filthy bitch-ass Harry, a man accused of touching the fighter's son at a daycare owned by his mother. Harry's bitch-ass faces separate charges of his own for child touching, but after his arrest, he was released on bond against the advice of the prosecution. That led to the high-speed car chase where Velasquez fired several rounds from a .40 cal handgun hammer at the vehicle containing Harry, but ultimately a bullet struck his stepfather Paul Bender in the arm. He sustained non-life-threatening injuries as a result. Fuck him. When the car chase ended, Velasquez was arrested without incident by the Morgan Hill Police Department, because that's who he is as a human being, as a man. All right? Velasquez was arrested without incident by the Morgan Hill Police Department, and he was hit with a multitude of charges that kept him behind bars for the next 8 months before he was eventually granted bail. The district attorney also stated that a search of the suspect's phone found searches for sexual assault case where victim's family fights back and sexual assault cases where victim's family retaliates. Wait, which suspect they talking about? Oh, with victim's family. So wait, are they trying to say Cain premeditated his shit? If he did, he'd have got the right guy. I'm upset. And the car chase ended, 8 months. Kept him behind bars for the next 8 months before he was eventually granted bail. The district's attorney also stated that a search of the suspect's phone found searches for sexual assault cases where victims' families fights back and sexual court cases where victims' family retaliates. So he knew what he was in for. He went for the ride. In a memorandum filed prior to the sentencing, Deputy District Attorney Aaron French detailed why Velasquez should receive a stiff penalty for his crime. Or why he should receive a stiff penalty for his crime. The defendant's crime is severe, French wrote. Justice demands a sentence that is equally severe. To hold the defendant accountable for his reckless and dangerous actions and the lasting physical and psychological injuries he left upon the victims and the community. As far as I'm concerned, fuck the victims. The court should impose a sentence of 30 years to life in prison. Aaron French, that shit makes me feel like this is more than justice. To take the man away from his family for life, for fighting for his children, that just lets me know what you are, Aaron French. You're a sympathizer in the least. In the least. Anyone is going to respond that way. He's lucky to be breathing. Some people say it. Ain't willing to go. I think I ruined the numbers on this stream. I feel like the notification that I feel like having the words members only in the title through this stream for a loop. So it's just us tonight. Salutes. We early anyway. It'd be like that. Let's get it. Salutes to y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Yeah, this French fuck that you would want to give. What do you want to give the other guy? What do you want to give Harry, Mr. French? Huh? Huh? What do you wanna give Mr. Harry, Mr. French for, putting scars on a human being that who knows where that leads them, huh? How many years should he get? He shouldn't get 30 years to life? Fuck you, Aaron French. Fuck your mama. Velasquez remained out on bail while initially awaiting trial before striking a deal with the district attorney's office to plead no contest, which took the premeditated attempted unaliving charge off the table. That boy was premeditated, huh? How long do I gotta be away from my family to end this motherfucker? It's basically what he was on. Rightfully so, allegedly, in my mind, according to the terms of service of El Tubo. Since his release, Velasquez returned to coaching MMA as well as making appearances as a professional wrestler. Good, man. He's good, too. He was good. They stifled him, man. Everybody has floundered their opportunity to have a superstar like Cain on their roster. Everybody has done it. Those scars stay with a victim for life. So why dude shouldn't be pushing for 30 years to life on that hairy motherfucker? He want to push it for Cain. Fuck that guy. There you go. Those scars will never leave. Yeah, Velasquez, since his release, Velasquez returned to coaching MMA as well as making appearances as a professional wrestler while awaiting a date for his sentencing. There were several days before Velasquez finally appeared in court on Monday to hear his punishment. There were several delays, sorry. Following his initial arrest, numerous members of the MMA community spoke out in support of Velasquez, including his close friend and UFC Hall of Famer Daniel Cormier. UFC CEO Dana White even wrote a letter to support Velasquez when he was still behind bars after his bail was initially denied. Now the former UFC heavyweight champion prepares to go to prison after his sentencing, although his actual time there is expected to be far less than 5 years. Good. And he can do that shit standing on his head. If there was one guy that could be the movie of the sports guy that goes to prison and has to take over, that's the guy. If there's a guy that's gonna do it, that's the fucking guy. You know what I mean? That's the guy. Real talk. Hit the like button, y'all. Now, the former UFC heavyweight champion prepares to go to prison after his sentencing, although his actual time there is expected to be far less than 5 years. Good. He ain't got no business being there for 5 years. Salutes William Borden. It be like that. Cain was trying to do that for his shorty. His shorty wasn't capable. Shout out SD Mexican Mike. Salutes. I appreciate everybody hitting the like button again. I approached this very different today than I usually approached a live stream. This was supposed to be a members only live, but I didn't hit the members only button. So we're here. We were going to do this anyway afterwards. So, let's get it. So it'll be 10 of us in here. But salute to everybody that's coming in. They're hitting that like button. All right, so now let's get to Jesse on Fire. Jesse's going to tell us what were the changes, because motherfuckers was worried up to last night that something was going to go wrong. So salute to Jesse on Fire. I dropped a link to his channel and his video right here in the chat. Since we are on a universal live stream, I will drop the TTS, the text-to-speech link, in the chat. All right, for $2 donation, you could interrupt my show and say what you would like to say at any moment, and it'll pop up on the screen. Let me just pin that. Lo cagó el gallo, Velez. Cállate, hijo de puta. Boom, let me go here. Get to this live stream. Where we at? And pin that.
Yo vivo tranquila con los pelos.
Cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijo de puta. Si la cagó, mira, hizo.
Boom. And I pin that. Bow, done deal. Lo cagó el gallo. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, Brody. Shit just went down like that. All right, let's get it. Jesse on Fire.
So very quickly, I'm just going to explain what happened. So Cain Velasquez's son was going to a daycare.
Mind you, I got it on. Here, I'll slow it. I got it on 125. Nah, this guy talks fast, so let me slow him down. Slow him down. My bad. I listen to shit at 2 times speed. I don't got time to be fucking around.
People who might not remember the details. So very quickly, I'm just going to explain what happened. So Cain Velasquez's son was going to a daycare that they had used for a very long time. Very credible daycare, had never had any issues. The woman who owned it, I believe, was like 70 years old. She had a 40-something-year-old son moved back in with her, and that guy had been accused. People who might not remember the details. So very quickly, I'm just going to explain what happened. So Cain Velasquez's son was going to a daycare that they had used for a very long time. Very credible daycare, had never had any issues. The woman who owned it, I believe, was like 70 years old. She had a 40-something-year-old son moved back in with her, and that guy had been accused of assaulting Cain Velasquez's son, like, the bad kind, PDF file style, okay? Like 100 times too. It was really gnarly. Like not twice, 100-something times. So the guy got arrested, and the prosecution did not do a great job explaining to Cain's family what was going on, and Cain and his family found out the guy had been released from prison. Cain, some speculation here, but he probably went to this guy's house, and when this dude and his stepfather got into their car to drive away to go get his ankle bracelet put on, Cain has no idea what they're doing. He just sees the guy. He's sitting out front of his house. Every instinct he has is to pick the guy up and just break him in half.
He was once the baddest man on the planet. Miss me with the, but it's gonna be a boxer. The back, then that boxer's gonna lose his shorts to an MMA fighter in the battle of the baddest man on the planet. It's a wrap, right? Cain could have dismantled this dude quickly and given him so much pain before he left that it, boom. That doing it from a distance shit, that fucked him up because that opens it up to anybody can get hit with that projectile that you busting at this dude in the street with. Anybody can get hit by that. When it comes to Cain, if Cain would have pinpointed him, grabbed him, put him in a rear naked choke, snapped his shit, done deal. 100 times, dog. 100 times. So you expect the baddest man on the planet to go sit his ass still after you tell him that. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. And me, I don't have no sympathy for the parents. Oh, but Shy, maybe they didn't know. Not my problem. I'm going to assume they knew. That's my assumption. Right? That's my assumption, that they knew. All that other bullshit, miss me with it.
And when they start driving away, Cain starts chasing, And when he couldn't get them to pull over, he started shooting at the car. He didn't hit the guy who was accused of this, but he did hit the stepfather in the hand. Very serious injury to the guy's hand. And
I think they wouldn't even arrested him, Velez.
And
you know what I'm saying? Crime of passion.
When they start driving away, Cain starts chasing him.
Get him an Uber X.
And when he couldn't get them to pull over, he started shooting at the car. He didn't hit the guy who was accused of this, but he did hit the stepfather in the hand. Very serious injury to the guy's hand. And
so can I say that that a world doesn't exist where he'd have probably done more time for pummeling dude to death? Okay, maybe. That is possible. But if he singled dude out and did it to him, no chance anybody else gets hurt. No car chase, no ramming, no shooting, no problem. Just crime of passion. Your Honor, I saw red, Your Honor. I saw red, Your Honor. It'd be a miscarriage of justice for you to take me away from my son, Your Honor. Huh? You want to compound what he's already taken from my son? Huh? Huh? So I'm hoping that they would have locked him. They would have put cuffs on him so that the papers could see it and no charges. Don't worry, Cain, come with us. But it was the fact that he could have hurt anybody. He could have hit a lady in the gas station, old lady in the nursing home. He could have hit anybody. Right? He happened to hit the stepfather. Well, fuck it, you an enabler too. Your mother, they would have hit her. You an enabler too. Y'all the ones with the not nursing home, y'all the ones with the daycare. Fuck is this guy doing here? Huh? Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches. Think he'd be doing more time if you guys? I would hope not, man. But again, I have no faith in humans, bro. So they'd probably try to throw him to 30 years. He's so barbaric. Look what he did to him with his bare hands. Look what that other motherfucker did. Huh? Fuck you. And your stupid logic, you fucking sympathizers. Like, what? It's just crazy.
Like, that's what happened. So, Cain pled guilty to attempted murder and assault. He was facing decades in prison, 40 years.
So I get it. I get Zaya's take on it. Like, Shy, we can't have, and, I get his take on, Shy, we can't have motherfuckers just out here shooting at everybody, right? But I also don't think Zaya would be like, give him 100 years. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that dude, that Aaron French dude, now you seem weird, bro. Something's weird about you.
When he pled guilty, okay, he signed a paper saying that he acknowledged that he was facing 40 years in prison for the crime that he was pleading no contest to. So that's what he was facing. I let myself believe that there was a chance he might actually get time served. I'll explain to you exactly why. And the reason that I think it's important for us to discuss it is because I don't think people understand how close Cain was to never getting out, potentially, or at the very least getting decades in prison. And that has everything to do with the with the judge that was presiding over his case initially versus now. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about because bottom line, first person assigned to his case, she was going to bury him, dude. Like, she was going to bury him. He was going to be made an example of. I don't think that I'm making any kind of like hyperbolic speculation here when I show you how I know that that's the case. But I'll tell you exactly what his, I'm sure in the title you'll probably already know. But he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. And I'm going to tell you exactly what that looks like. We're going to read the article. And by the way, before I even get into this, tomorrow I'm going to do a live stream with Dubs. If you guys are unfamiliar with his channel, he was a Southern Mexican gang member who did 24 years in California prison, Pelican Bay, Old Folsom. Literally, if you follow any of the prison stuff, like, you know, he did 9 years in the Pelican Bay SHU, okay? I don't need, like, he specifically never talks about the...
All right, bro, that's not what the fuck we're talking about right now. I think the time served would have been justified. That 8 months. And guess what? I didn't think he should have been in there. I thought they should have gave him a bond.
They have him on. He's going to talk about exactly what Cain Velasquez is in for when he goes inside, what he's going, you know, where he's going to be housed, given the seriousness of his offense. Because at the end of the day, yeah, he got 5 years, but he's still going in for attempted murder. Okay, so like where he's going, he's not like going into a level 1. He's going in with.
He's gonna be a god. You know what I'm saying? Like what? 298 said Cain ain't done nothing wrong. He did do something wrong. He missed. That's what he did. That's what he fucked up. I think the time served would have been justified. I agree.
With people who have serious crimes, because that's the law. But I want to tell you why I think this is absolutely best possible case scenario. So we're going to get right into it. This is a case that I followed very, very closely. So closely, though, that I didn't realize that when he was given bail, that it was a different judge that did it. You know, like I knew he got bail, but I hadn't realized that it was a different judge. And so when I say I followed it closely, what I meant was I was hoping very much that he was going to beat this case, or at the very least have a situation like this or time served. So listen, I want to go into the details of his sentence, and then I want to talk to you guys about my feelings on the case and, you know, like as a father, why this was so important to me and I'm sure to a lot of you guys. So Cain Velasquez was sentenced to 5 years in prison on Monday after pleading no contest to a variety of charges, including attempted murder, following his initial arrest back in 2022, according to multiple reports. The sentencing brings an end to
we just read this, son? Is this the same one we ran? Yeah, we read this. We can skip that.
Charges. Velasquez appeared in court alongside Arthur Bocanegra. Now, shout out to that judge and shout out to all of you guys who have subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate it. It's very helpful, helps with the algorithm. And anybody who wants to like this video, that's also very helpful.
Go ahead,
and I need it because I just got back from Cancun. Thank you, guys. Now, some of you guys may have seen my live stream yesterday, but I went through this in detail, who this judge is and why. This guy deserves tremendous credit for this. I knew this was going to happen, or at the very least, I was very confident he was going to give a very low sentence. If you watched the whole live stream yesterday, I actually put it in members only because I just, you know, the live stream was, here's what I think he's going to get sentenced. So once he now is sentenced, I put it in members only. It's very long. There's no reason for anybody to watch it because now there's no reason to speculate, you know. But I'm going to go through that information again right.
Well, shit. Good luck making that guy do something he don't want to do. You know what I mean? Being that the CA prison system is fucked up, I wonder if they're going to try to have him pick a gang side. Think he should have been cut loose and go back to fighting in the cage. Should have gave him a ribbon. Nah, man, he should have been able to go back to. He was out the cage by then. He was doing pro wrestling. I'm telling you, man, he took on a luchador style for pro wrestling that wasn't, you know, seen by big guys like that. And when he went to the WWE, they totally took it away and made him a fake MMA fighter, and they didn't. Every company has dropped the ball with a dude like him that's willing to work hard and do the shit, man. I don't get it.
Right now, because again, I'm going to show you who his original judge was, and she was going to bury him. Pronouns in the bio, okay? Pronouns in the bio. Associate of UFC. Dana White paid for his defense, okay? What do you think about pronouns in the bio and Dana White's direct association with Trump? How do you think that was going to play out?
Yeah, and the UFC paid his bail too.
For Cain Velasquez, you know, and the fact that she wouldn't grant him bail. So we're gonna get into all that. I'll show you her picture and who she was. So prosecutors in the case were seeking 30 years to life in prison while Velasquez's defense attorney sought probation and time served. In the end, Velasquez gets a 5-year sentence behind bars. The ordeal surrounding the former UFC heavyweight champion started when he was first arrested in 2022. After he went on an 11-mile high-speed chase pursuing a car containing Harry Galarte, a man accused of molesting the fighter's son at a daycare. The guy who is accused, spectators on hand in the courtroom, according to KTVU Fox 2. Impact statements from Velasquez, his 15-year-old daughter, and his wife were read, in addition to statements from shooting target Harry Galarte and his family. Wow.
Wow.
So
the balls on these motherfuckers. In addition to statements from Galarte and his family, wait a minute, I didn't know that. I need to find these documents. Salutes Macho McFly on the check-in, Humble Park in the building. What's good, Shot Alien? Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. I need to hear that. I need to see that shit.
The guy who is accused of touching Cain's kid in the courtroom with Cain, reading a victim statement. Okay, like with their whole family there. That's wild.
Wild, bro. The fucking cojones on these pieces of shit.
No mommy's wait.
A victim statement. The system is fucked. The system is flawed. All right? Wow. The rights on these PDF files is crazy.
That is wild. While prosecutors asked the judge for 30 years to life, he handed out his final ruling after a lunch recess. Yeah, man, it took forever. I was checking all day, man. So,
okay, my bad. Dana did that shit, not the UFC. I don't know who paid for his defense and who paid the bail, but either way, it got paid. Yeah, it was either Dana or both. Dana got a cold gambling addiction. I don't know that it's an addiction. I think he got a system, and it works for him to the point where they kick his ass out of fucking casinos. You know what I mean? Gambling addiction is all the other guys that be around him that try to keep up with him, that he has to come bail out at the tables and shit. But I guess it's an addiction. When you got fuck you money like him, he uses it to say fuck you. That's what he does. Wow. They had the nerve to speak.
Here's the details on exactly what happened with the injury. The gunfire from Velasquez penetrated the Galarte family. The Galarte's vehicle struck Galarte's stepfather, Paul Bender, causing injury to the man's arm. The Galarte family has repeatedly voiced fear for their lives.
Yeah? Fear for your life? Yeah, there should be no safe place for chomos and PDF files. You know what I mean?
I don't have to worry about that, dude. He's not coming back. Okay, so he actually only spent 9 months incarcerated in
Cain ain't going back for you dummies. He's hoping the system will, and guess what? I have zero faith that the system will.
Jail. Okay, so and I just got word from Dubs. He got 5 years. I doubt he goes to prison.
I guess it's an addiction, but I mean, you know, he's not the guy. I don't know if you know his system, but he's not the guy that's gonna go. He goes in there, he sets a number, he gets the number, he leaves. To me, he got a system. He just flipping money. You know what I mean? Like, Steve will do it. That motherfucker got an addiction. That fucking, all them little rapper kids and shit, addiction like a motherfucker.
Leg monitor counts as his custody time. It's been 2 years. He gets day for day. His leg monitor counts as in custody time. It's been 2 years. He gets day for day. Huh.
Good.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. We're not really 100% sure exactly how long he's going to get, because Dubs is saying that the time that he had the leg monitor on counts. So he was in custody. He was actually inside for 9 months. He's been out. So he got arrested in 2022. I mean, damn, dude, that's pretty goddamn close. That's 2.5 years.
They're going to give Cain 3 days. And he ain't going to have time to make no alliances. Velasquez, he going to get the fuck out of there, take his ass to the GFL, Take his ass back to the WWE because they ain't got Brock no more. They need a new beast. If you got money to burn like that, bro, that makes sense. Yeah, that guy, Dana, he put snow in his driveway in Vegas. He had snow shipped to his shit. He got fuck you money. See, when Dana had his first deal with the Fertittas and they spent the $42 million to turn it into a $1 billion corporation, $5 billion corporation, and sell it, Dana had 10% or 9%. He had gave up a percentage to Abu Dhabi, and then got his 10% after they sold it. Got paid out and then got his 9% back again. So Dana, he's good when it comes to money. Shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Blessings Shy, everyone in the chat. Salutes. That shit definitely addiction, Shy, but Dana got enough money to where he don't have a gambling problem, but definitely addicted. Okay, I guess he's addicted to it, but I don't see that guy just, just holding L's. I see these other motherfuckers. The motherfuckers that look addicted to me, they holding L's. Oh, they calling Dana. I need your help, bro. You know what I mean?
He's 2.5 years. So
yeah, he had snow shipped out to Vegas. Real shit. Hold on, man. He had snow shipped to Vegas for his driveway for his kids. All right, Dana White, snow driveway. Boom, images. All right. This motherfucker had snow brought out to the fucking open a new tab. All right, Dana's not fucking around. Dana has snow brought to his driveway. Shout out Upper Echelon for the $10 super chat. Blessings, everyone. What did I miss? Nothing. We're talking about Cain's sentencing. Cain got sentenced today for going after the abuser of his child. And it's looking like Cain's going to serve 2.5 days in prison. He suffered enough. His family suffered enough. Fuck what they talking about. How do you have the super chat say it out loud? Different. It's the link up top. The link that is pinned to the top of the chat. That's the TTS. That's the one that rings out. That's the link up there. What he get? He got 5 years, but they're considering the 9 months he had time served. And from the word that Dub just gave to Jesse on Fire in this video, they're giving him day for day on the ankle monitor. So it's looking like Cain gonna get 2.5 days to get the fuck out of jail. I'm hoping 2.5 days, Macho. I can only hope. The man did what every man says he would do. The man did it. All right, let me get up in here and give my salutes to the dono. But yeah, so that link up top is the one that rings out. Predators, type. That's what I'm saying, Macho. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They do. They definitely. They get all the fucking leniency, boy. Especially in California, it seems. Facts. Yeah, you didn't miss much. So we're talking about that. Okay, clear this. My bad. Well, that's what it looks like when it pops up. That's the power chat. You can put your name. You cannot put your name. You can put a media link, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. But anyways, let me get the fuck out of here. Go back. All right. 2.5 days. That's my guess. I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for.
We'll find out. I mean, we'll get more information tomorrow when I have Dubs on. We'll know exactly how much time he's going to do. I'm sure more information is going to come out tonight. And we still have to talk about Conor McGregor faces 7 years in Irish prison. So he remained on GPS monitoring and was permitted to partake in various professional wrestling matches, MMA-related events. So Velasquez said his statement going in was, "What I did was not correct." I understand.
All right, this is Cain's statement that he did on Kyle Kingsbury's show last week before the sentencing. All right, Cain is just owning his situation, but Cain is that type of dude.
So Velasquez said his statement going in was, "What I did was not correct. I understand that. I paid, and I'll pay whatever else as far as what I have to do to pay all that back. I don't think I can pay it back, but I can always learn from my mistakes and help others. It's just information that you never know anybody. Trust your kids. Have that open communication with your kids. When you do go to the bathroom with he's talking about, okay, so he's talking, so right here in Cain's statement in the interview about what, he's talking about his own sentence. In that conversation where he's talking about what he did and his willingness to accept responsibility, what he's actually talking about here is what happened to his kid. So I'm going to read that statement right now. All right, so here it is, okay? Trust your kids. Have that open communication with your kids. When you do go to the bathroom with them when they're very young, you can work your way in there as far as talking to them about what's appropriate and what is not, so they know to tell you, and they can always tell you whenever something is not correct. So as far as that goes, it's basically that the more we get consciously aware of ourselves, the more that light shines on dark things, especially things like that. Because that's exactly what happened to his kid, or at least is what reportedly happened to his kid. The guy hasn't gone to trial yet, but that the guy was going into the bathroom with his kid, and so that's what that is. Okay. Okay, so even with the family and what they've done, I can't have hate like that for them, because there are things that I have to move on to and give love to my kids and give love to the people around. I've got to share this with everybody, so I can't give hate to them all at all. I wish them healing in the best way, whatever that is. I wish that for them. I understand that they have traumas as well. It's not right to spread it. No, I'm glad they themselves have stopped, because they can't practice anymore as far as daycare with my own time. I've forgiven them and everything else, and I know my kids are great.
Better man than me.
Man, this is heavy, dude. In addition to attempted murder, Velasquez had been charged with shooting at a motor vehicle or aircraft, assault with a firearm, 3 counts, he's only shot 3 times, assault with a deadly weapon, 3 counts. I thought he shot 8 times. Willfully discharging a firearm from a vehicle, 1 count, and carrying a loaded firearm with intent to commit felony. He faced 20 years to life for the attempted murder charge. Galarte has pleaded not guilty to 1 charge of lewd acts with a minor and is set for a June 2nd trial. There's also a separate civil lawsuit filed by the Velasquez against the Galarte family. Okay, so here's the thing, okay? And I cannot, before I even say this, I cannot stress enough that my support is exclusively with Cain Velasquez, his wife, and their family, their kids, all of that. I think I've made that very clear, okay? I told you guys last night on the live stream, when the Marshall Inu crypto project was going on in 2022, this is way before crypto crashed, I did promote that cryptocurrency when all the other UFC guys were. And but when I did that, I made part of my own deal. They only paid me, it doesn't matter what they paid me, significantly less than $25K. And what I said on, when I took the gig is I was like, look, man, if you guys really want to promote this, and what would make it, very enticing for me to do this is if you guys gave, donated $25K to Cain Velasquez's family. It's right when it happened. And they did. Okay. So this is I've empathized with them heavily. The thought of me being in prison for a thing like that and my wife being out there with my kids alone, it was heavy, dude. It was heavy. And I'm glad they did that, dude. I hope it was helpful. And now Cain's going to be out pretty soon. He might, I don't even know how, if he's going to Dubs is not, he's saying that he might not go into that. I don't know. That math doesn't line up. We'll find out tomorrow if he's, what his real prison time is going to be. So listen, I want to finish the Cain part with this. Okay. This was best case scenario. Pretty much. When I was saying yesterday that there was a chance he might not go in, it was based on that judge's statement, and I will kind of recap that really quick, okay? Because what the judge had said, and again, I am definitely going to show you who his former judge was. What the judge had said, well, first of all, the guy was a former defense attorney, which means he's going to align with the defendant much more than a former prosecutor who becomes a judge. He specifically cited the crime of passion defense, He said that there was no benefit in Cain being taken away from his family. He said that he trusted Cain not to do anything else while he's out and jeopardize his family. He cited the fact that Cain had done nothing wrong. Like he said all of these things that were literally like point for point what you would argue if you were trying to get Cain as little jail time as possible. And that's what the judge said when he granted.
Shout out to the judge. Motherfucker, well done. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Cain don't need to be in no jail for no 30 years to life. Aaron French, fuck you. Prosecutor Aaron French.
In bail, okay? Now, what he was facing prior to that, okay, was Shalina Brown. Okay, so this is again, let me just show you what she looks like. All right, here you go. Ready? Okay, oops. Okay, this is what she looks like. Okay, Shalina Brown, she, her. Okay, she, her. So again, I just want you to speculate the likelihood that she was going to be super understanding about a father who took the actions that Cain did.
Probably a fighter. The UFC got a bad name as far as a lot of people, go. Fighting, it's barbaric to them. This, that, the other. She wasn't going to give him no fucking fair shake.
Probably 0% chance. And she, her means passionate, what side of the political aisle. And Cain had his defense paid for, certainly by UFC guys, and I'm sure anyone with a brain would have speculated since he had Mark Garagos, who's a 7-figure retainer guy, that Dana White very likely had something to do with his defense fund. And who got Trump elected? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a high likelihood that the association with the big guy would have led to a much worse sentence. So I am very, very glad that that is not what happened. Okay, we're going to have a lot more information.
Because all of that politics and all that bullshit ain't got no place in no fucking courtroom, man. That's the problem with the system in this fucking country. You know? That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. Hold on, we got something coming in here.
You never play me, nice try. Ballin' in a nice spot. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Hello, Mr. Nice Watch.
Jonathan Pantria sent $5 salutes Chi Il my dude, Il Cartel members, and chat. I hope you have had a blessed and grateful Monday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content, it's free. Fuck it, ghost watchers, and weak faceless nameless hoe-ass trolls. Free Cain.
Cain, salutes. Shout out JP on the check-in with the $5 power chat. Salute, shout Il my dude, Il Cartel members, and chat. Hope you guys have a blessed and grateful Monday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content. It's free. Fuck el tubo. Ghost watchers and weak faceless nameless hoe-ass trolls. Free Cain. Salutes. Shout out to Judge Bocanegra. Looks like Cain gonna do 3.5 hours and take his ass home. All right, salutes. Hit the like button if y'all have yet to do so. Salutes to you, JP. Welcome. All right. Upper Echelon said, call him Robin. All right. Number 2. From now on, he's Robin, guys. It's not Batman. It's Robin. All right. Another thing, they prep up shit all proper. Lewd acts. Yeah, bullshit. Call it what it is. Karate J. How'd you do that? Do what? Politics always drips into the courtroom, mano. But that's what's wrong with the system. The moment that there should be some kind of checks and balances in place, that the moment that the system sees that shit, there's a biasness, you know? You could pick whatever voice you want from in there. It has a whole bunch of AI voices. You could be Kanye. You could be Morgan Freeman. All right. As far as the song, no, JP picked that song because JP's the one that uses the power chat the most. I would like more people to use the power chat. But I gave him the opportunity to pick the music. He picked it. We're going to be changing it to the Stone Cold pretty soon so that we don't get clapped for the other shit. But as of right now,
you don't want no problems.
But you can't get your own song unless you play the media and drop the link in there. So salutes, but you could have any voice you want. All right, boom.
Coming out on this, but I wanted to get this video out fast. So congratulations to Cain, congratulations to his family, and for everybody else who has kids, you guys understand this is best case scenario, okay? Like, he shot a guy, and he got time served plus probably a couple years. So, man, I am so glad that didn't go the other way. But again, like I said, going into it yesterday, before I knew that they had switched judges, I would have bet anything against 5 years. I would have been like, it's going to be way more than that. So I'm very glad that, this guy went out on a limb, did the right thing, took care of Cain, and now he's not going to destroy another family. This one would have destroyed another family in the name of justice. Like, I'm not saying she's like a bad person, but that's exactly what would have happened. She would have destroyed another family.
Yeah, she would have destroyed another family.
You set the precedent. You can't.
She would have destroyed another family, and not the family that needed to be destroyed. How about that? That's what it would have been. Oh, we got to read these victim statements. The balls on these bitches. Wow. Oh, man, I wish Cain would have got his fucking hands on you. That would have been a beautiful thing. That would have been a beautiful thing. Put Cain Velasquez on a shirt. Not these Chomskys and these fucking PDF files. Put Cain on a shirt. Put the Alaskan Avenger on a shirt. Salute Shia, my dude, El Cartel members in chat. Hope you've had a blessed and grateful Monday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content. It is free. Clappity clap clap. Don't end up in the bad.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Like,
Mono con los ojos tapados.
We shoot our own. They throw us in the bowels of the jail. No shit. All right, there's his bitch ass right there. He should have pummeled your shit. Accused Chester Harry Goularte claims judge fell asleep. San Jose, California. An accused South Bay PDF file who was nearly shot by the alleged victim's father is still out on bail. Hold on, is this old? Yeah. This is old. This ain't it. This ain't what I'm looking for. Hold on, I want to read this anyway, though, because he's already talking crazy here. Hold on, I might as well read this. So this is in August 2024. An accused, this dickhead is 45 years old, charged with touching a 4-year-old child inside a San Martin daycare. The child's father, former UFC champion Cain Velasquez, was convicted last week of attempting to terminate Guillarde. Dick Face. We're going to call him Fuck Face. A Santa Clara County judge will set a date for Dick Face's child touching trial during his next court appearance on November 3rd. His defense attorney unsuccessfully attempted to have the entire case thrown out earlier this year. Why? Because your daddy got his arm blown out? That's why you want to throw it out? You think that can undo what you did? Fuck out of here, man. He looks like a cookie snatcher. He's a bitch. Was Ironclad interviewed today? I saw it. Yeah, we're going to go back to part 1. Part 1 was 3 weeks ago. Part 2 was today or yesterday, something like that. Personally, I'm Ben Robin. Prayers and blessings to you and the family. I bless you and your wives, Val and Viv. Salutes. Free the wives. Defense attorney Stephen DeFilippis accused the judge of sleeping during some parts of his client's 2023 preliminary hearing while the alleged victim testified on the stand. Because he don't give a fuck what you got to say, you piece of shit. Judge Alcala at times was asleep and not focused on the proceedings taking place before him. His determination may have missed important yet subtle parts of the testimony that lend to the minor's credibility. Wow. Everybody's, believe everything every adult woman says, but don't believe the kids. Believe what every adult victim says. Don't believe the kids. Yeah, subtle parts of the testimony that lend to the minor's credibility, the attorney wrote in court documents. The judge's lack of focus also calls into question whether the influence of the minor's parents' nonverbal cues during the minor's testimony were even observed, the defense attorney wrote. The 4-year-old child did not like going to daycare and preferred to spend time with his dad instead, the Philippus wrote. The court ultimately rejected the defense's request to drop the case. Dickhead was first reported to Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office on February 23, 2022 by the child's parents. A certified child forensic interviewer and detectives determined that a crime occurred in the daycare's bathroom. Detective Hakeem Lee wrote in a police report the child victim said the suspect told him not to tell anyone. Fuckface lived at the home daycare, Patty's Daycare, on Powderhorn Court in San Martin. The suspect has continuous access to children, Lee wrote. Fuckface told police conflicting information about how he interacted with children at Patty's Daycare, the detectives say. First, he told the police that he had no involvement with the children. The suspect then changed his statement and said he sometimes wrestled and played with some of the children. The suspect denied any wrongdoing. Break his shit. Prosecutors charged Fuckface with committing lewd acts against the child. The shit that Macho just said, that lewd act bullshit. Say what it is, for being a Chomsky. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Macho. Not really Macho. I try to be very selective with the things that I go back on, and I try to make the channel bigger than just my city. But that might be a case in the future to look into. For sure. I wouldn't say that it's not. Man, Trump needed to step up as the real Higa and pardon Cain and get that shit off his record. Well, I considered it. I thought about it. I thought about how that would look. What does he got? He only got a couple that he's able to do, right? Or can he just do it whenever he wants? Well, if that's the case, do it today. He should have done it today. Excuse me, Cain, you don't have to go in today. You don't have to go in today. It's just a big waste of time. It's huge. Don't worry about it. Forget about your sentencing. Consider the slate clean. I'll call them later and let them know. Right? I'll see you in Abu Dhabi. Who knows? We haven't covered that. Not sure we will. Maybe. Who knows? Like a shovel, I dig upon our salutes. Ludax, fuck out of here. Patty's Daycare was owned and operated by Gualte's mother, Patricia, on February 28, 2022. Patricia, her husband, and her son were inside a pickup truck together in Morgan Hill, where Velasquez spotted the trio and pulled out a hammer. A wild high-speed chase ensued along Highway 101 as Velasquez opened fire multiple times, prosecutors said. Patricia's husband was shot and survived. The mixed martial arts fighter surrendered to police officers who pulled his vehicle over in San Jose. Velasquez will be sentenced in October, which was moved to March, for attempted unaliving, court records show. Judge Arthur Bocanegra has wide discretion for deciding Velasquez's punishment. The MMA star's sentence could be as light as probation. If the judge hands down a maximum sentence, Velasquez be sentenced to 40 years to life in prison. Well, y'all didn't get that. Fuck y'all. This guy got a lot of nerve, man. He's trying to save his skin. There's no covering up what you did, bro. But I want his victim statement from this week. That's what I want. From today. I want to see what he had the nerve to say in that courtroom. Nothing there. Cain Velasquez sentencing transcript. If he's one himself? Fuck Trump. Nah, he's right. No need to typecast the channel. That's real shit. Yeah, I mean, my name is Shy Ill. My music been Shy Ill. Everything been one thing. I try to do a little bit of everything. And I still cover our tragedies and shit like that. But I just got to keep it mad selective. There's a lot of shit that's already been spoken about by a lot of people. But if when it hasn't, then I try to look into it. I don't see no transcripts right now, which is frustrating because I want to see them. I want to hear what that motherfucker had the nerve to say. All right. 3 hours ago. Let me see if they got it here. MMA Junkie. I would like to see that. Sentenced to 5 years in prison with 1,283 days credit for time served. The judge was choked up and had tears in his eyes. He said keeping a son from his father was the worst punishment, and he gave Cain the lightest possible sentence. Shout out the judge. All right, but I want to see the transcript. I want to see the transcript. see what we got.
Patricia Bender. You guys are the victims of this case, specific case. How do you guys react to this?
Oh, this that bum ass family right here.
It's extremely disappointing.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck your forehead, your bald head, fuck you, you, fuck all y'all.
It's based on an alleged allegation.
An alleged allegation, you sucia.
Has no basis. It is unfounded. We are looking for the opportunity in Harry's case to prove that, as we do have ample amount of evidence to do that. It's sad that the court system and the public can be influenced by simply somebody stating something with no facts.
By simply somebody stating something, fuck you, lady, fuck you. You should have swallowed your son. Hit the like button, y'all. And your mama should have swallowed
I do
you.
look forward to that. I'm glad we were supported by all of our family members, friends, and multiple years of daycare children. If you notice,
Little kids, y'all should have told your parents, listen, y'all are putting a scarlet letter on me. Get me the fuck away from these cameras and away from all of your indiscretions or your transgressions. Get the fuck out of here. Why you got me standing out here looking stupid standing next to you motherfuckers, man?
they're young children who have grown up in that facility, none of which will back any of those allegations made by the Velasquez family.
That's a weasel ass
Patricia Bender.
family right there.
You guys are the victims of this case.
Fucking bum ass bitch. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. This shouldn't be a safe place for you. He's pleaded not guilty to one charge. They talking about hundreds of times this shit happened. But I want transcripts, man. I don't want to hear. I already heard what Cain has to say. I want to hear what these people have to say. Let's see. Yo, this lady's crazy, bro. Fuck these people. This is her. The sentence is extremely disappointing. You silly bitch. It's based on an alleged allegation that has no basis. That's what she just said there anyway. It's unfounded. We're looking for the opportunity in Harry's case to prove that, as we have ample amount of evidence to do that. It's sad the court system and the public could be influenced by simply somebody stating something that has no facts. We do look forward to that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Goofy bitch. It's crazy. The audacity on these fucking people. Shout out Ricky Bobby's checking in. Got 3 lives going right now. Bouncing between us. Salutes. Appreciate you for making us one of them. They should have charged her for having her 40-year-old son living with her in a daycare. Absolutely. Absolutely. She should never be licensed again. They should be on a registry, right? Shit happened in their business. A place where there was an ample amount of children on a daily basis. She was there too. They enabled him. Stepfather, all of that shit. They enabled him. Fuck them. But best believe I will be looking for that paperwork, trying to see if I could find multiple reporters in the courtroom, including Josh Gross. That means he'll have to serve 542 days behind bars. So a year and a half. That still seems like a lot. If he got all the interaction around kids, you know that's been 100 times. And that's just on one shorty, imagínate. Nah, you gotta fucking destroy him. Matter of fact, alright, give Cain the year and a half, right? But if dude is found guilty, y'all get to put him in the cell with Cain and give Cain immunity. And Cain has 5 minutes before he has to leave the cell to go home to his family. Alright? That should be dude's punishment. Impact statements from Velez, his 15-year-old daughter, and his wife were read in addition to statements from shooting target Harry and his family. Fucking retarded. Groups are aware of the situation and have sides to defend on here. We already get bombarded by Cartel. Now imagine all the people, all the groups aware of that situation or who have sides to defend on here. Yeah, it'll turn into a whole fucking argument in the chat. It'll turn into some bullshit. I'm straight. We good. And who knows? We cover things. We cover K. So we just don't try to use his name like everybody else does on a fucking regular goddamn basis. They disgust me. Yeah, man. I hope we don't have to do a year and a half. Give me a little 2.5 hours. Let me have a cup of coffee. Come home. We good. I want to find those transcripts, though. That's for sure. That's definitely something that I want to see. Right?
UFC champion Cain Velasquez was sentenced earlier today. He received a 5-year sentence after the prosecution wanted 25 to life. Former UFC champion Cain.
How's your relationship with Dana?
Good, man. With him, it's always business, With the UFC and him, I've learned so much, and there's a lot of good things, whatever you call good or bad, whatever. Like, I learned so much from him. So I appreciate him for what he's doing, that people can make a living off of what they love to do. Growing this sport where people didn't think like this would be anything. So all that's amazing, And
here's the thing. Shout out Albert Flores. You say, it's a fuck system when and if someone identifies as she, them, we already know they're going to do the most to protect the PDF file. And what's crazy is without the she and her, she was already doing it. He had no bond. He pulled the car over. He stopped for the police. All of that shit. Cain wasn't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? She didn't give him no bond. She was just on his ass. She was trying to crush him. But so was that Aaron French prosecutor motherfucker. Trying to give him 30 to life. Thank God for that Boca Negra dude that believe in the system, I guess. Someone scribbled on Shy Out. What you talking about? Shout out Noah Garlic on the check-in. Appreciate you. But yeah, so not only do we know that she gonna protect, but we already saw she was doing it already.
And he's been there for all of it.
Has he supported you through all this crazy time this past couple years for you?
I don't know if he gave out a statement or something beforehand, when I was locked up. And also
just because Buddy got caught once, they act like it was only once. Buddy was there every day. He lived there.
He did pay my bail as well. They're helping.
How's your relationship?
Yeah, he paid his bail.
Cain Velasquez is going to be sentenced today, Ken Flo, and I would imagine 99% of our viewers.
Nah, it's bullshit. It's frustrating. Trust me, I understand. Make Cain live it too. They need to give Cain just a 5 minutes when do walk into the joint.
And listenership knows potentially what's at stake here, and I hope that things go well for Cain in a courtroom. I think a move that a lot of us would have pulled if we were faced with those circumstances involving one of our children.
Definitely was not the right choice, right? But you can understand as a father, it can be justified. Let's put it that way. What can't be justified, what was done to his son.
Cain Velasquez is going to be.
I obviously feel sorry for him and his family. It's a horrible thing. I don't know enough details to speak on it, but from what I've heard, we all say we do it.
Facts.
If that ever happened to us, Cain did it. I obviously feel sorry for him and his family. It's a horrible thing. I don't know enough details to.
Good for Cain, man.
Go
home.
Cain Velasquez is going to be sentenced.
Right, go home to your family. That's it. To me, that first 9 months in prison was too much. Shit was way too much. All right, we've been here an hour and 21. All right, I think that's our coverage for Cain today. We're gonna be looking for that paperwork again tomorrow at noon. I'll be back on. We're gonna cover some more of that Big U situation and Brick Baby and how Brick Baby been knowing about this indictment for the last 3 years. All right, hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out JP. Bet that shit happened 100 times. Had to. Better yet, Shy, put him in the cell with Cain for 2 minutes, and if he could walk out of there, he could go home free. That's cheating. But yeah, that'll work too. Whatever works. Whatever the fuck works. All I know is 2.5 hours of Cain's going home. All right? 500 a year and a half seems like a lot. All right? If you could bring that down to a couple of months and some probation, gravy. Treading extra lightly here, you confused me telling me we had a live tomorrow, so I took a nap. We had a live tomorrow? No, I said a members today and maybe a universal, but it just turned into a universal because I forgot to hit the members button. But take your nap. Don't worry about it. Well, you had your nap already. Your ass is up now. All right, wake your ass up. Definitely. All right, So that's the Cain talk for today. Salutes Cain. Congratulations to him and his family. Could have been bad, bro. If you left it up to Aaron French and She-Ra, you left it to She-Ra and Aaron French, he'd be doing a life sentence right now.
23 hours a day by himself. Because of the confinement they
So
have.
it was max.
No, it wasn't max. It was the county, but like the celebrity aspect of it, they didn't want
This is
to.
when he was in the county.
23 hours a day by himself. Because of the confinement they
So
have.
it was max.
No, it wasn't max. It was the county, but like the celebrity aspect of it, they didn't want to put him in general population. He said he would watch the fights through like his thing because like most days he was like by himself or in that cell. So he could see the TV up at an angle and he would watch fights and stuff.
Do you know when the trial's actually taking place?
He already pleaded, so he's going to just get sentenced.
Damn.
Right.
So, I mean, and I think he said he doesn't know what's going to happen, but we're all pretty sure that there's going to be some sort of jail time.
What a heartbreaking situation to just be in because we
But
all,
for all
like
of
you
them,
said,
right?
we all see
Him,
that.
the family, you do wonder, aloud, would you do the same thing? Because that's what you've been always told. Your job as a man is to take care of your family at all costs. 23 hours.
Shout out to the Judge Bocanegra for not fucking that up. They've done studies that on average an average SO does 50 to 150 times before call. If there was a reason to put somebody away forever, that's it. There's no fixing these fucking mutts. If there was a reason to, I don't know, implement the purge and say everybody, you know, if you could prove it and we could put a stamp on it, you got immunity. Oh, my goodness. Batman shit. All right, shout out Macho McFly on the out. Salutes. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Man, boy, just yeah, this is you got proof. Cool. We don't want to house them. We don't want to prosecute them. Go do what you do. The purge. But that's just imagination talking, right? It's just the movies in my head.
Oh my God. He was clowning somebody.
It's just the movies in my head, all right? I want to get into this for the remainder of this. I'm liberal, but I'm down for OG. Salutes. But that's the thing, that it's everybody done gone so far that way that we forgot everything in between. There's no rehabilitation for them. You can't fix that. There's no fixing that. Not even a little bit. All right. I'll pull up this Borderland episode. Shout out to Ironclad. Shout out to Borderland. Shout out to Rocco, Vincent Vargas, actor, Border Patrol guy, YouTuber, all the above. I don't know. We could watch it at normal speed. We could watch it at 125, 15, whatever's comfortable for y'all. We'll start at normal speed. Y'all let me know. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Let's see if we get anything new from here that, Jay goes and tells everybody but us. See what we got here, bro. All right. Let's get it. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Somebody put an APB out on Zoraida. I know it's Monday. She be getting her work on. All right. Boom. Hundreds up for y'all. Bow, 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 bow. Boom. Let's give this its props that it deserves. Boom. Let's get it.
I would try to act like I was tough, and just like, it's okay. But I used to be like, wow, here I'm risking my life, jumping in this small plane to try to save my brother, and I might not ever come back. So I end up, we end up leaving Culiacan in the small Cessna and went into the mountains of Sinaloa and Durango. And we landed on this private airstrip that was, on the side of a mountain. And we were met by Chapo's like,
JP, you got to catch the replay. JP came in here like he kicked the door in and let us know they gave him 5 years. Salute, JP. That 5 years hopefully amount to a couple months. Hopefully. Trust me, that's the best he could have got. The system is fucked. He shouldn't have got shit. But, you know. All right, let's get it. JP's giving. What the fuck is happening here? Salute. Hit the like button, y'all.
Like small militia group, and I was actually taken to his meeting spot. It wasn't the best of introductions. I'll say that. He was, cordial. He was respectful, but yet he had other things on his mind. Like his $10 million. So.
The opinions of the guests and host are their own and do not represent the opinions of Ironclad, the Border Patrol, or the Department of Homeland Security.
Understand. I think
very good conversation with background.
No, that's me. That's me saying that after they give him time served, after they calculate the days on the ankle monitor, it's all gonna come down to like 2.5 days. They're saying he got to serve 500 something days, so like a year and a half. But we'll see. Best case scenario, JP, they was trying to give him 30 to life.
Welcome to Borderland Narcosis, an Ironclad original. Our next guest is Jay Flores. He's made his way around YouTube. His background is a drug trafficker out of Chicago who had very close ties to the Sinaloa cartel and close relationships with El Mayo and El Chapo. There's a very good conversation with someone who's been close with the top dogs of the Sinaloa cartel, and I really believe you guys should take the time to listen to this one. What's the beginning of this for you? What was the first thing that you saw, a movie or a show that was like, ooh, this looks interesting?
Wow. I think for many of us, I think it had to be Scarface.
Yeah.
In my home, even as a kid, I come from a family of 7 siblings, and me and my twin brother were the youngest, of the generation. So, my next sibling is 6 years older than me. My older brother is 15 years older than me, and I have an older sister who's 20. So it was multi-generational. I think that really kind of helped mold us and probably even shape us or even give us some of the understanding of the real world before we were even like old enough to understand it. Yeah. But Scarface, for sure, I think it was a staple in our home, like that would be, played over and over again once it kind of came on VHS, going back to VHS days. Yeah. And I think for sure, I think that the Scarface and that, dream of power and money and the illusion of that life, I think really kind of stuck to me even at a young age.
When was it that you found out that your family was involved?
Shout out Fernando. I'm watching this for Jay, but this guy nuts off conservative propaganda. That's my thing. Like everybody there's just a line and it's one side and one or the other. And the propaganda, everybody want to eat it up. And me, I don't believe none of this shit. None of it, bro. None of it. It's all WWE. Predetermined bullshit. So I feel like fucking it all up and playing some anti-system music. Some egregious shit. The problem with you is you like a fucking, once you pop, you can't stop. So you might have to either wait for the end of the show or, I don't know, man. Once you pop, you don't stop. And then I gotta finish this right here. We'll never finish. The people will leave. They'll never come back. We don't have a channel no more. Then what? Then we're done. But if your nerves can, you can name the songs. You know what I'm saying? Or you could put them up there and, I don't know. I was going to say I'll skip them and just read the shit. But, I don't know. Whatever works. Really. Scarface got all of us. Yeah, and it's not even, it's not, as far as cinema goes, it's not even the best movie. You know what I mean? It's all right. But it did have us at that time. I mean, look at the movie Paid in Full. They talk about it right at the beginning of that film. Say Scarface changed a lot of shit in the hood. I don't know.
Involved in drug trafficking.
I feel like I never discovered it. I feel like I just knew it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just knew it. To me, I feel like me and my twin brother were raised in a normal, Mexican, home, like a Mexican family. But I didn't start to consider maybe till my father actually came home from prison. He was actually doing a prison sentence while my mom actually gave birth to me and my twin brother. But I did realize early that we were kind of...
Everybody be super giving the father super props and shit. Bruh. Buddy was in and out, bro. All right? Y'all would have had... y'all if he was y'all's dad, y'all would have had beef with him.
outcasted because we were the only ones that didn't have a father at home. And it was a little bit different for us. And once he came home, it was like something I felt like I always knew that was there. It was like almost like it was a part of my DNA, basically. That it wasn't surprising to me and my brother. It just kind of like got right to it, and it was normal for us.
Yeah. So, at what age did you and your brother kind of take over, the family business?
Yeah. So, for my brother and I, my twin brother and I, we started off at a young age. The first time we ever were came in contact with drugs was before we were 8 years old. We crossed the border before 8 years old with a car full of drugs with my father, and that began our life in the drug trade at the age of 7.5, right before we were 8.
I sped it up to 125. Y'all let me know after a couple minutes if it's too fast, all right? Gotta speed that shit up.
And through my father and through my older brother, whose name is Armando, he was a high-ranking member of the Lion Kings. We learned both sides of the drug trade. I learned the Mexican drug trade through my father and the American distribution trade to my older brother. And they both were arrested, and my father went on the run to Mexico, like a lot of drug traffickers do. And my older brother was charged in a federal indictment, and he went away when I was 17 to do some time. And basically, me and my twin brother kind of took over, the business at the age of 17.
Dang. So at 17 is when you decided that you kind of took over the family business. I guess you were helping with your brother in the local distribution, and you were also transporting drugs into Mexico or from Mexico back into America?
So for my father, we were transporting at that time was marijuana. My father ran a big organization at that time that consists of anywhere from 3 to 8 vehicles, at any given time, and it was just basically Mexican marijuana. At that time, I'm talking early 80s. Lucrative, right? You don't need that much money to invest, and that was his drug. For my older brother, his drug was cocaine. Right in the crack epidemic, he was a good businessman. He had lots of friends, and when my father went on the run, he left us with our older brother, and our older brother was like our second father. He was like, our teacher. I just want to point out that in no way did my father, my older brother, and my family ever say, "This is what you're going to do." As a matter of fact, they would actually say, "This is what you're not going to do." But go count this money. It was just one of those things where it was like, our whole childhood was basically, our chores at home were like bagging up, pounds of marijuana or basically breaking up, kilos of cocaine. So we were around the business, and it was, it wasn't like you could separate it for us, I guess. And my older brother, he didn't want this life for us. As a matter of fact, when he got arrested, he made sure he told us over and over, like, what you're not going to do is get involved. He was like, go get a real job. And we were used to the life by then. We were 17. I feel like we were 17 going on 25 at that time. But even then, we didn't know what we were doing. And we had no idea what we were going to get ourselves into. I do say I took over the family business, but it wasn't handed to us. So in no way did anyone ever say, like, go deal with this person. They didn't want that for us. It kind of came naturally. It came, by, one of my older brother's sources of supply basically sought us out and asked us to come meet him. And basically he said, look, I need help. Your brother's not here, and I need help to move these drugs.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need ketchup too.
Yeah. And at that time, you guys are you living a lifestyle of like money and nice house, nice cars, nice...
All right, I'm going to reiterate over here. Just call Mondays, maybe Mondays. On Mondays, Shy maybe go live. Maybe he won't, right? Today was one of the maybes. That's just Monday. So far, we're still on the noon Tuesday, noon Wednesday, noon Thursday, Friday night. That's the schedule right now. Monday, maybe. Right? Salutes.
Food, is that something common, or were you guys not really, wasn't a thing for you guys? Time, I mean, you guys are you living a lifestyle of like money and nice house, nice cars, nice food? Is that something common, or were you guys not really, wasn't a thing for you guys?
No, absolutely. It was a thing. I think we have gotten used to the life. I think my father, it was a different type of, like, good life for my father because he was more of a simple man. He would rather, he didn't believe in Jordans and expensive clothes. But he did believe in horse races and cockfights, So I remember he could say, how much are those Jordans? $100 and what dollars? But he would go, bet $50,000 on a horse race and lose. And, it was okay. And, for my older brother, it was all about the culture at that time, the way you dress. And we became addicted to that lifestyle. And, our first deal of drugs was for 30 kilos of cocaine.
JP said moonwalking Mondays. I mean, if I don't take Monday off, I can't be an actor, I can't be a voice actor, and I can't edit as much premieres as come out on this channel. Who do you know does a live stream and a premiere every day? You spoiled. You're fucking spoiled. And you're not treading so lightly.
Put him in a fucking bedroom, man.
Don't nobody put him in the bathroom. JP don't never go to the bathroom, not for 15 seconds, unless I did that shit. You know what I mean? But you're not treading so lightly, my friend. All right? Maybe Mondays. Maybe Mondays. Maybe not.
Worth over $500,000. First, the way you dress, and we became addicted to that lifestyle. And our first deal of drugs was for 30 kilos of cocaine, worth over $500,000. We sold those 30 kilos the same day, and basically we never looked back. But I remember, maybe 3-4 weeks later, 5 weeks later, me and my twin brother had amassed like $400,000 in profits. And, we're 17 years old, and basically you could imagine, what that looked like for us, especially like being drunk of wanting, to splurge and being blinded by that limelight where you want the jewelry and the cars and, everything that life comes with. And it became addictive.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. 17 years old with that kind of money. At what point did you guys go from, kind of being like an independent to directly working under the Sinaloa cartel?
Well, at that time, that source of supply that my brother was working with was an affiliate of the Sinaloa cartel at the time. It was considered the Federation at that time. And I do want to address something. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to comment and be like, this guy wasn't, a cartel member. And I think it's in reverse. I think that word cartel is thrown around so loosely by the media, by even drug traffickers. To me, the word cartel now just means drug trafficker because it's thrown out so loosely. And I think that, for the government, for law enforcement, it works because that word cartel kind of brings a fear. But in reality, none of these people that are called cartel members are part of any, have a real connection with a Mexican drug cartel. And in that even being, my first source of supply, he was, a distributor for, another distributor, and he acted more as a middleman. And his family had ties to, higher lieutenants in the cartel, and he basically act as a middleman for us. And we began with 30 kilos, and I always try to be careful how I kind of explain the story because my twin brother always tells me, like, you make it seem like it was this like Disney World trip,
Quality control. Quality control. Pete Flores on Jay's ass, right? Quality control. You make it sound like Disney, motherfucker. It wasn't Disney.
My twin brother always tells me, like, you make it seem like it was this like Disney World trip, of fun, and he's right. The money was great, but there also came so many problems, and it was a lot of miserable times, for my family. With money comes a lot of suffering, of every type. We had home evasions and kidnappings and all that stuff that comes with that life. But by the time we were 18, we were already millionaires, and by the time we started off in 1998, by the late 2000s, we were already moving 1,200 kilos of cocaine around in Chicago and around Chicagoland. So at that time we were making a lot of money even for us. But little did we know, like that was just gonna be a glimpse of it.
Yeah. And then at what point at some point from here, you actually start making bigger connections to El Chapo, El Mayo, the Sinaloa cartel. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think, well, over the years of me and my brother, being in Chicago, our focus was Chicago. We were basically distributors. We would sell to wholesale customers, and as our business grew, we were always, I guess we had that reputation of being responsible, paying on time. Me and my twin brother were not part of or affiliated with any gang, and that was important as well. But by the time 2001 came around, we were already selling over 2,000 kilos of cocaine a month, and with that comes people being interested in knowing, and I guess they started inquiring about who were these customers in Chicago, and we started making more connections until a friend of associate of my father's actually sought us out and went looking for us, and he was going to be the direct link to Chapo.
So that would be what's his face? What was his name? Lupe, Tio Lupe, whatever. Was that him? That was his name. I don't remember. Shy, Mondays we need you the most, bro. Back on the grind and need some quality content, like my nigga JP be saying. The start of the week, getting after that money. I was once told after a few weeks of consistency, you develop a habit or something along those lines. That 2-week experiment may have gotten to us. Y'all spoiled. Y'all spoiled. Maybe I gotta put up a poll. Here's what I've learned though. I'll put up a poll, and then when I look at the analytics later, nobody went by the poll. Everybody's watching on the day that they said they weren't watching. So it's like, I don't know what to do. Yeah, Tio Lupe. That's who he's talking about now.
Mayo and the rest of the Sinaloa cartel.
All right, so think about that. People always say, well, you had your father's plug. You had your father's plug. The motherfucker just said his father's associate sought him out. Okay? For all the wrecking ball nut huggers, they love to come in here. They had all the help. They love to come in here and be like, they had all the help in the world. And I just be trying to protect the truth. They can protect themselves, defend themselves. But the facts are the facts. And guess what? Could Jay be lying? Absolutely. But he just said it. My father's plug came looking for, or my father's associate came looking for me. But everybody want to argue. Fuck out of here.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Me too.
Discover the power.
Get your ass up. All right, think about that. That was some weird synchronization. First, y'all was sitting there talking about we need Mondays, and then the other one talking about this experiment might have got to us. And then boom, I said, is it Theo Lupe? And I said it in there. I said, Lupe, Theo Lupe, and boom, look at y'all. Like a couple of fucking twins right now. And his father's plug set him up as well. Gran cosa que, big deal. He had help from his father's plug who set him up and snatched his brother. Like, snatched up one of them. Like, what are we talking about here? What? Huh? Oh, they had help. It sounds like they was hustling on their own shit with Tommy. Right? And then Buddy came and sought them out. That's what he just said.
And we started making, more connections until learning about, who were these customers in Chicago, and we started making, more connections until a friend of associate of my father's actually sought us out and went looking for us, and he was going to be the direct link to
went looking for us.
More connections until a friend of associate of my father's actually sought us out and went looking for us. And he was going to be the direct link to Chapo and Mayo and the rest of the Sinaloa cartel.
Crazy. And so you were saying that you're kind of the wholesaler, or you get the product and you sell it to wholesalers. So what kind of individuals, or who are the type of people that you'd be selling to? And I ask this because I'm just curious about, was there, businessmen on top of just street kind of drugs? Was it politicians? Like what was the market you were selling to?
So I will say that all the people I was selling to and all the people that were associated with me at that time were all businessmen. I wasn't the only one. Me and my brother looked at this as a business, but so did every one of our customers, our wholesale customers. For us, like most of our customers were basically, people in street gangs around Chicago, or maybe when we spread it out to Milwaukee, it was more like people who were part of their own organization, more like leaders, right, in the streets. But they were, all, basically, street people that would actually then, buy wholesale quantities, and then they would actually maybe sell in 1 or 2 or 3 kilos at a time to lower level street people. So it's a supply chain, right? So basically, from me to at that time, early 2000s, for me and my twin brothers organization to basically receiving something in the street, there's probably maybe 5 or 6 people in between. And I think I always look at at everything as like a big hole when I I could see it because I was a part of it. Where
I look at everything like a big hole too. We're just waiting to get fucked.
When there's someone actually receiving or buying some coke on a street corner at a club or a fentanyl pill, like the people that were involved to actually get that product there, it's quite there's a lot of people that are involved in the process. For every kilo of drug or every small gram, it takes basically a very well thought out organization putting all the pieces together and making it work for people to receive those drugs in the United States.
I imagine transporting that much cocaine from the border all the way up to Chicago. Were you ever aware of how that worked? Was it like by vehicle or plane?
Aware of how that worked, motherfucker. I invented how it worked.
So basically, I was involved at every level, from the importation side to the distribution. And as I ended up, cultivating these relationships, and I ended up in Mexico. I would then, start actually importing my, our own drugs, along with the Sinaloa cartel's drugs from, Colombia, Panama, across the border into, the United States. We were actually distributed in 15 major cities across the United States and Canada. And, I was actually...
I listened to the story over and over, and I just find it funny. Like, they went into that trade, couple of guys, no protection. There was no protection in there. And it'd just be a lot of shit. Shy, the Bartel nut huggers will never trust and take it from Batman and Robin's mouth. They need a Jomo Bartel leader to speak on it, or someone they nut hug from to confirm facts.
Learned from them, and I just basically took everything I learned from all those mistakes, and I think me and my brother just focused on making it better and focus on the things that we didn't like that they were doing. But being back in Chicago, before I even stepped foot in Mexico, I say this in all my seminars. I say, me and my brother were American made.
Facts. The truth is, at one point or another, we all got helped. If you ever was in the street, but most motherfuckers ran off on that, was short, used fake money, and just done bad business, and you didn't get anywhere. That's it.
We were born and raised in Chicago. We picked up the business that was there, the way we looked at it. And I think that, many Americans might not realize this, that, we could put the blame on Mexican drug cartels, but there's plenty more American, drug traffickers and distributors in the U.S. than, by far, than in Mexico. In Mexico, the business is basically, for the top people that make the money. But in the United States, it seems like, someone even from, inner city, Southside Chicago could, get rich.
Yeah, they can start picking up their own clientele. They can start building their clientele and making money off it.
It's open market. Overall, it works just like any other legitimate business, supply and demand, and then there's markets, and there's people who actually are always looking for better prices or for a better connect and a better quality of drugs. And I think that me and my brother learned that early on, and we focused on making sure that we kept our customers happy. And another thing I will point out, in terms of me and my brother's drug trafficking organization, we had no violence. There's no violence attributed to us. I never sent someone to get, killed or, take a beating. And I think even today, I think that that's what, when you think about cartel, you think violence or, we profiled, that has to look a certain way. But in reality, the business part of it, it's not like that.
Listen, objectively, without bias, name me, because I might be wrong, name me anybody else that got close to the stratosphere that they got that claims no violence. Name me one. I don't know. You might hit me to it. Maybe I don't know. But as far as the truth and objectivity, complete and utter uniqueness in that sense, in that business.
You have to, we profiled, that has to look a certain way. But in reality, the business part of it, it's not like that.
Did you ever have to, pay a law enforcement officer here or there? Someone's corrupt. Did you ever have to put some money towards some politicians so they can pass something? Were you involved in any of that kind of, corruption?
Yes, I was involved on both sides of the border. And this is going to be kind of probably unique and probably surprise you. Is, the only time I ever paid law enforcement in the United States was when they actually were corrupted and they were actually using that against us. My twin brother was kidnapped for ransom by a Chicago police narcotics officer, and a crew working out of Chicago who basically would target drug traffickers and people who were doing doing illicit crimes, and he would target them, and they would use the Chicago police to actually arrest them. So my brother was actually pulled over by the Chicago police and put in handcuffs and then thrown behind the back of a white van, and I had to pay a $2.7 million ransom.
Whoa! To a crooked, corrupt law enforcement that was already crooked, and they knew.
Yeah, with a badge and a gun and a title, still a criminal.
That they can get the money off.
Shout out Velez. Velez said, I think that's why people say the twins are soft, because they didn't use violence and still made it past 90% of the violent ones, is my point, right? So, I don't know, man. That's some ice in your veins shit.
Off of you guys.
Yeah, $2.7 million ransom.
Whoa! To a crooked, corrupt law enforcement that was already crooked, and they knew that they can get the money off of you guys.
Yeah. I think that, later on when they were charged, I think, I'm not sure how many kidnappings were directly linked to this fraction of the Chicago police, but in total, I think there was like 43 kidnappings that took place.
Did they ever get caught?
Yeah. That was part of a...
Yeah, and what did the judge do? The judge let him out, because he might get sick. Salutes to Izzy619. So shot love from San Diego. Salutes to San Diego. All right, perfect weather in San Diego. It's the most fucked up thing about hustling is the ones who try to rip you off, but the bigger you get, the harder it is to find you. Let's see what's going on over here. Boom.
When I first joined myself, me and my police, but in total, I think there was like 43 kidnappings that took place.
Did they ever get caught?
Yeah. That was part of a... when I first joined myself, me and my twin brother are going to turn ourselves in. That's going to be part of our first, I guess, initial cooperation here in the United States. Was going to be on that fraction of the people who actually kidnapped my brother. And
hey guys,
so if y'all don't recall, they as soon as they cooperated and got sent back here, there was word that Saul wanted to snatch Val. If I recall correctly, you guys can tell me if I'm recalling wrong in the chat. Word came across that Buddy was trying to pull a move on Val after the twins got popped, right? Or turned themselves in. And then they wanted the feds wanted to use Val as bait to get Saul. And Jay said, nah, just tell him he's greedy. Just tell him there's a garage full of work or money. And boom. That was their first situation. First situation was like a double situation right there. Movie situation in itself. Motherfucker want to snatch your wife after you turn yourself in. Your first mode of operation is you gotta take down the guy that got your brother and the guy that's trying to get your girl. So now use her as bait. Let's go the easy route. Let's placate his greed. And boom, he played himself.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
Also paid the Mexicanos when thinking he was going to get extradited. So mental legendary story happened. Yeah, that was the other kidnapping. That's when they had all of them.
And you the problem tough. Chapo and Elmayo. Go get him. The first time you met El Chapo and Elmayo, what was that like for you?
You know, going back then, I just want to make it clear, like I'm talking about past tense, right? Because I'll get a lot of complaints later. You know,
I know how it is where you have to watch everything you say.
Hold on, what do you say?
The first time you met El Chapo and Elmayo, what was that like for you?
You know, going back then, I just want to make it clear, like I'm talking about past tense, right? Because I'll get a lot of complaints later. You know,
I know how it is where you have to watch everything you say because someone's gonna say something later. So I get it and no issues.
And
back in the day,
yeah, back in the day, I will say is that I think what makes me being actually here with you unique is that I was part of it. There's no one out there that could say that. I was, you know, working directly with Chapo Mayo, and at that time with Beltran Leiva. I don't, you know, I was on a first name basis with them. I would sit down with them and, you know, meet with them all the time. And many people are going to make the comments like, this guy is a, you know, actor or whatever the case is. I think they're just so used to hearing these stories, you know, these made up stories for so many other people that when they have someone actually in their face, they it's hard for them to believe. But, you know, Chapo Mayo at that time, they were my idols. I idolized them, you know. The Scarface, you know, vision in my head, you know, was, you know, I think blurred, I guess, by, you know, meeting real drug traffickers and seeing real wealth and seeing what they look like. And they didn't look like Tony Montana.
I didn't include Val. Two different stories. The one you're talking about where you say he was stupid for paying too much to Saul was the P. That's when he took Peter. But after that, after they got Peter back and they were in Mexico and then they turned themselves into the United States, there was word that Saul was trying to get Val and they wanted to use Val as bait and he said no. He said, let's do something else. And I don't know. I don't think there's paying too much to get your brother back. So
I'll tell you that much. In my head, you know, was, you know, I think blurred, I guess, by, you know, meeting real drug traffickers and seeing real wealth and seeing what they look like. And they didn't look like Tony Montana, I'll tell you that much. And me being involved and being in the business, like, you know, I idolize these people. And I even before I met them, I used to offer $1 million to whoever would introduce me to El Chapo. And it didn't come, you know, in the best of circumstances. So they always say is be careful what you wish for. Because my brother was actually kidnapped by Mexican law enforcement officers in Mexico in the orders of Chapo. And they called me and basically demanded a $10 million ransom.
It is. So.
Why was that? Why would they do that?
It was a falling out with, you know, this associate with my father's. You know, we had been, you know, in partnership in the business, and you know, just like every business, you know, we started, you know, not seeing eye to eye, and we started to break off of him a little bit, and he had actually distributed drugs to someone else, and now he had a debt with Chapo, and since we were not going to actually receive or buy any more drugs for him, there was no way for him to pay, so he basically just decided to put that debt on us, and went and told Chapo that we owed the money, and they arranged a plan for my brother to be kidnapped.
Damn. How did you end up settling that?
You know, I think it always matters as well. Like in this business, just like any other business, reputation matters. Who you are matters. And you know, I had developed enough of a good reputation and had enough like business relationships with different important people that were actually working with the cartel that I was able to call in those favors, and they basically arranged a meeting for me to meet Chapo. And you know, I flew. You know, they took me to Culiacan. I jumped in a small Cessna that was actually, you know, piloted by a young teenage kid. You know, I remember thinking like, you know, I would try to act like I was tough, you know, and just like, it's okay. But I used to be like, wow, you know, here I'm risking my life, you know, jumping in this small plane to, you know, to try to save my brother, and I might not ever come back. Yes, I end up, you know, we end up leaving Culiacan in this small Cessna and went into the mountains of Sinaloa.
How many trolls are getting on that plane?
We landed on this.
Huh? How many trolls with all this fake outrage and these opinions, how many of them get on that plane to go save their brother? Huh? That shit is funny to me, man. That shit's weird. So I get your brother back or die trying. He did that. He got his brother back. He paid what he paid. Twin had love, Higga. People would get touched fucking with the twins and they didn't approve of it. That's how it Yo, you gotta slow the fuck down, 298. And do you know how many people would take your ass trying to impress or get close to them? All that soft shit's out the window when you up like the twins was for real. Salutes. But how many of these trolls would have got on that airplane? Huh? Or how many would have just decided to work from home? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so.
Private airstrip. That was we ended up leaving Culiacan in the small Cessna and went into the mountains of Sinaloa and Durango, and we landed on this private airstrip that was on the side of a mountain, and we were met by Chapo's like small militia group, and I was actually taken to his meeting spot, and it wasn't the best of introductions. I'll say that. He was cordial, he was respectful, but yet he had other things on his mind, like his $10 million. So, I think that what helped my brother and I actually, grow and become successful here was because the way we looked. We were amongst, these basically like dinosaurs of drug traffickers and all these, big lieutenants that didn't look like us. We were, at that time we were 22 years old and we're Americanized, right? The hip hop culture has us on, so we look different, and I think that was unique to them, and they wanted to know more about us, like how does this happen? And basically, I ended up telling him my whole story, and he was quiet, and he had a very serious look to him. Not the nicest of look. I'm me understanding who he was and the power that he had. I was nervous, and basically he was just curious. I remember. Out of nowhere, he just like, I'm thinking he's gonna talk to me about the business or talk to me about something. He was like, what does your parents do for, what does your family do for a living? Where you're from? And I was like, I stood quiet for a second. It was kind of planned. I said, we sell drugs. And he laughed. He said, good business, huh? I said, well, sometimes, and our relationship began that way. And, I always explain to everyone that, I went to meet, one of the biggest drug lords in the world, who had my brother tied up, who was being tortured, and I left the mountain with a business partner and a friend.
Wow,
so,
crazy.
That was going to be the beginning of my dealings with the direct bosses of the Sinaloa Cartel.
Why does your brother keep getting kidnapped? What's he doing? Is his part of the job different?
You know what? I think we're identical twins. We. They'll say we're two-faced, and we're like, yeah. In this case, we are, right? He carries one face always, and he's real, as a matter of fact. And he just doesn't. He doesn't take no BS. He's,
They're two different dudes. These guys.
He always had a stronger character than me, and his personality was just, real serious. And I think that I was probably more the social person. I was more of the, outgoing person, and I think that played a big part of people actually liking me, or maybe, a lot has to do with wrong place, wrong time as well.
And I don't think Pete's not likable at all. He's just like me, man. He's not for the bullshit.
But I think that, for a lot has to do with wrong place, wrong time as well. But I think that, for looking back now today, especially with what I'm doing, I feel like it was supposed to happen that way. Here I am, talking to you, and my brother does not like interviews. My brother does not like, even talking about this part of our life. And I think it has a lot to do with,
Yeah, which is probably, he's right. It probably is good that the diplomat, the one that was going to go speak, was the one that had to be responsible to go get him back those times.
All the stuff he went through that kind of made him like be more guarded. And then here I am put in a situation where I have to, negotiate his ransom. I have to, negotiate, payments and talk to people and convince people and to rescue him. And now it makes it a little bit easier for me to sit here in front of you and share this with you.
Yeah. How many years did you have a relationship with El Chapo and El Mayo?
At Fiverr, we offer 3D rendering services. But you probably...
My relationship with them directly started in early 2005. And it ended, I guess, when me and my brother decided to turn ourselves in November 30th of 2008. So we had a relationship for close to 4 years.
What was the reason why you felt it was time to turn yourself in?
You know what? I think it was my experience and having, you know, those, being involved at those levels with the cartel, as well as maturity, you know, and, you know, my upbringing. You know, by then, you know, I was basically 27 years old. I hadn't even turned 27 when I decided to do this. And I just felt like, you know, I started to kind of like wake up, and, you know, now I have kids, and I'm thinking like, you know what, I want to, you know, grow old with my kids. I want to, you know, give them the life that I never got to have, and I didn't want them to kind of grow up in the same cycle. And at worst, I remember even thinking, you know, that around that time, it was the same time that Chapo's sons and my sons were starting to be more involved in the business. And I think that really kind of gave me an example of like the cycle that we were kind of putting our family through. You know, my father, my older brothers, there's different generation now here. Me and my brother were, again, at different levels, right? But, you know, there's a lot of suffering, you know, a lot of politics. And for my brother and I, you know, we always said that it was, you know, a business for us. That was about the money. And we started to realize that it didn't matter if you didn't engage in violence, if you were, you know, if you did everything correctly in the business, that no matter what, you were going to have enemies, and there was a chance that you were not going to make it. And, you know, people always, you know, have this comment about my brother and I that we were fearful, we were like scared. So we decided, you know, to like, you know, reach out to government. I will say that I don't remember there was a time even in Chicago that I wasn't scared. I wasn't fearful. Basically, to me and my brother, we like live with, you know, a gun to our head each and every day that we were in that life. So, you know, in thinking about just wanting a better life and thinking that we were going to risk our life, I remember just me and my brother saying like, look, we risk our life for nothing really, you know, every day. We might as well just risk it for doing something good, for the chance and opportunity to actually change our life. Because I know that people are going to be upset about this too as well, that, you know, the saying goes, right? Money isn't happiness, and money's not going to buy you happiness. And I think that it would take for you to have money to understand the part, like, you know, to have the type of money that basically we were dealing with at the time. And, you know, we were family men. Me and my brother are both married to.
Fuck that. Money buys happiness when there's no threat of somebody taking that shit from you. You know what I'm saying? Run that shit.
Daughters of, you know, retired Chicago police officers. Me and my brother are both married to daughters of, you know, retired Chicago police officers.
Oh, wow.
And I would say that it was planned. You know, it was just, you know, by coincidence. And I think that they played a big part in us wanting, you know, better for our families. And it wasn't an easy, you know.
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Let's get 40 before we get out of here.
Decision to make, because this is the life I you know, that I only knew. And, but I think it was the best decision that me and my brother ever made.
What was the most difficult part about it, about going to the government and cooperating with them?
I know it's a common thing today, you know, to cooperate. I think me and my brother have a lot to do with that, you know, being at one time we were actually like labeled with being the most important witnesses for the DEA in history. The cooperation part, being a traitor, I guess. Our whole life was surrounded by nothing but criminals. Our families, like everything we ever known. And we were also kind of like imprisoned by that pressure as well, of always being the go-to guys, always being, you know, the guys with the answers. And, you know, for many years, we were the ones that everyone cooperated against, you know. And, you know, for my father, that was like the worst thing you could have been, you know. He basically, you know, our whole life he blamed all his, you know, disappointments and everything that went wrong in his life in cooperators. And him being from Mexico, being a man's man, and he didn't believe in that. And I think, you know, sometimes, you know, the saying goes that you have to disappoint those people you care about the most. And I think that was a reality for me and my brother.
Your father and your brother, where are they now right now?
So my twin brother, he's doing well. He's completely, you know, changed his life, and he's doing, you know, a lot of great things. And
shout out Think Like a Kingpin. Salute.
My father was murdered because of my corporation.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it.
Yeah, I think we need ketchup too.
What's in there?
You know, a lot of great things. He's completely, you know, changed his life, and he's doing, you know, a lot of great things. And my father was murdered because of my corporation.
Was he really?
Yes.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
Shout out Rocco, but shit, that's not something that somebody just gonna say if it wasn't real, you know. Show some love, hit that like. I did salutes to you. I don't even know that it was a book, JP. It was Sammy the Bull, like an episode on TV. I think he was might have been sitting with Tommy watching that shit. I think it was an episode of TV, like one of those, you know, true crime shows from back in the day. And the Sammy the Bull story came up and about the years that he got. Do you think it's fair to say that their cooperation got their father smoked? Or him going back to Mexico? Because I've heard Jay say, you know, their father chose another way. He chose to go to Mexico. From my understanding, he had his own problems as well. Getting snatched up. Hit that like button, y'all.
Yeah, my father was murdered because of my corporation.
Was he really?
Yes.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, you know, when we cooperated, the government helped our family, you know, relocate from Mexico to the United States, and my father was, you know, a fugitive at that time, and they gave him a visa for him to enter the country, along with my older brother, who was also, by that time he had been deported because he was born in Mexico, and my father just couldn't take the pressure of what we had done and decided to go back and basically face the consequences.
And your older brother?
My older brother is actually, you know, he's doing well. He's free and living a normal life. It's, you know, just looking back, just to think about everything our family had to go through just for that chance of a normal life that many of us could kind of take for granted. And I think this is a great example, especially what's going on in Mexico, that, you know, people always want to claim cartel and claim the money, but no one ever wants to acknowledge, you know, all the suffering that goes on, you know, when you're at any part of that life, right? Because I will acknowledge, just, you know, to give you a little bit of history too as well, that, you know, I had an older brother who died of a heroin overdose when I was 13. And you know, to my family, you know, they didn't blame the drugs. They blamed, you know, my brother for using them. And, you know, I remember we mourned them, you know, just like every Mexican family would. And, you know, a week later it was back to business. And I think, you know, like I always knew better. I feel like it was in my nature that I knew better, but I was just in the world that I felt like, you know, to me at that time, I thought it was going to, you know, I took the easy road. Little did I know that was going to be like, you know, the hardest road, you know, I could have ever taken.
Yeah. Sorry to hear about your dad, man. I didn't know that part of the story. Sorry I even asked it, to be honest.
No worries. It's understandable. It's part of it. You know, I don't talk about it a lot, but I think it's another, you know, one of those important parts that people think that, you know, you cooperating is just like you sign some papers and you get this time cut. It doesn't work like that. You know, me and my brother worked undercover for the DEA in Mexico, you know, for 7 months, and we had to wait 6 years for actually even, you know, for the benefit of even seeing the judge. Thank God we were able to make it. And there's a lot of informants that try that don't make it. You just don't hear about them. You know?
What are some of the things that in the drug trade that Americans probably still don't fully understand?
Well, again, that the drug trade, it's you know, we hear this word called, you know, we say, you know, this phrase, the war on drugs. You know, to me, it's important that it's a business, and wherever there's demand, there's going to be someone that's supply. I know that we all have this understanding because of movies, because of media, of what the cartel is, but like, let's be honest, that cartel violence, you know, it happens in Mexico. It's happening to Mexican people. Here in America, like me and my brother basically being, you know, in charge of their major distribution for the Sinaloa cartel, we didn't engage in violence. You know, it was a business. So it's two separate, you know, entities basically. And there's going to be, you know, associates or people are going to go wherever there's a demand because there's a profit. And it's, you know, to me, I think that we have to start focusing a little bit on what we could actually do on this side. Because I don't think that we, you know, even for the government, you know, I think that what President Trump, you know, designating the cartels as a terrorist organization, I think it's great, you know, overall, you know, but it's great overall for the Mexican people, you know, to take some of these organizations down that are basically have so much influence and power, you know, on the government. on the people. It's important that you don't let someone, grow to a point where they're uncontrollable.
Yeah.
But I also think that there's so many more things that we could actually do here in the States that we're not considering, because, if you look at, Operation Colombia, right? They did great. There's no more large drug cartels, but cocaine, the manufacturing of cocaine in Colombia is up. I think they said like 68% in the last, 15 years. The only thing that changed was that they don't use violence. All these organizations became smaller, wiser, smarter, richer. And the only difference now is that you have a Colombian drug trafficker that has a suit on instead of a vest. And I think that that's what's going to happen in Mexico. But I think we have to focus a lot more on prevention to stop the demand on those drugs. If it's not Mexico today, it could be Canadians tomorrow, or any other country that's willing to take the chance, or people who are willing to take a chance. Because I know that the word cartel is always affiliated with Mexicans, but here I am. I'm American. I was probably one of two. I guess it was me and my brother, and at one time it was La Barbie. I'm sure you heard of him, who was American born, who I knew as well. But the business has expanded, and I think that what's coming is going to be a different world of drugs, because now you have synthetic drugs and opioids, and the manufacturing and the creation of synthetic drugs, and it continues to evolve.
That's horrible.
today,
They're gonna
it's
find some shit that one
10 years ago-
molecule. They're gonna create some shit that almost like the Fetty Wap, where one molecule of that shit just destroy a whole field of motherfuckers. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. And one of them brothers is gang, but got the wives jammed up, even though they were saved. Some other egregious behavior, in my opinion. JP, I don't know that you grasp that situation. And again, it's not something that the twins told me or I got from any source. I think that was a whole family situation where there probably was no saving the girls, and the deals that were made as a unit for the best interest of everybody involved, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he threw them on the bus. It was like they was all fucked, and the only way that they could get the best possible outcome is to do it how they did. That's my only thought on it. I don't know that he just jammed them up like that. I think they were fucked. They knew it. I always say, why carry an elephant when I can carry a mouse in my pocket?
Ago, 20 years ago, you had thought that public enemy number one was the Sinaloa cartel and cocaine and marijuana, and now we're getting to new drugs, and now it's going to be hard to kind of pinpoint who's going to be your next enemy, right? Who's going to be the next person responsible?
Well, let me ask, can you talk about Almayo's arrest and who you believe is involved, or maybe who you know is involved?
Yeah, I see all these conspiracy theories about the United States government, and I will say, look, the United States government.
I will proudly say that any outlet out there that interviews one or the other of the Flores twins, they could have got all their answers by just coming to check us out. We got all the answers in our playlist. Make sure you check out our exclusive Flores Twins playlist. Or I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button. All right, but all these questions were answered.
Their intelligence and everything that they're capable of is amazing. I think that there's no one to actually go against that. But to me, it's what the cartel represents: betrayal. Right now, what we know as a cartel is basically two families at war with each other, two very influential and powerful families. But I think what no one points out is to what extent did Chapo's sons go for the chance to cooperate, for the chance to basically leave that life in the past, that they basically kidnapped one of the biggest drug lords in the history, who was the boss for 50 years. And I know it's hard to believe, and I see all these different comments and people saying that it had to be American government stuff, and I've been on the other side when I reached out to the government to cooperate, and it doesn't work like that. To me, I think that just signifies what the cartel is. It signifies and it shows betrayals and what people are willing to do to save their own ass, and that's just a great example.
Yeah.
And cooperatives, right? I think we should highlight that that Chapo's sons basically did that because they know that cooperatives get rewarded. Here I am. I received a 14-year sentence. I was able to have a second chance of life, and there's many of my sons basically as well that cooperated are walking around free in the United States, and and I think that's what it is. It's unbelievable to me still that he's actually in prison, and I think that was a great win for the government.
Do you fear for your life at all?
Yeah, I do, absolutely. I think I just learned to carry this with me for my whole life. I think it's just been a part of me where I was always in fear. So I do fear for my life. I do, worry about security all the time. Many people can say, so why do you do this? I think that I'm supposed to do this. It's also calculated. I try to make sure that I protect myself by, cover my face or things of that sort. I know there's many pictures.
Yeah, you sucked. It was horrible, man. Go home and get your fucking
Go home and get your fucking shine box.
No, it was good.
Old pictures of me and my brother. I don't feel like we look like that anymore.
You're great at 1.25 speed because we listening to you at 1.25 speed. You don't speak that fast, bro. All right? If you're listening right now and you're like, damn, boy, I sound like I'm firing on all cylinders, Papa, we at 1.25. All right, we're going to sped that shit up. All right?
I'm in your bubble. I'm in your bubble.
JP said shy, but didn't the brother go into the house and got caught when he thought brought the wives into the situation? It was on the podcast when they had to stop recording. Yeah, I remember that. I just don't remember that it was a scenario where the brother was on some schemy shit, doing some secretive shit. It just felt like the whatever the fuck it was, the jig was up and everybody was informed. I don't know that he did anything, nefarious. I don't know. But we can look back into it. I don't remember, honestly. The past playlist has some good stuff on it. We got some good stuff in the playlist, y'all. Twins about business, not bullshit, bringing heat. It was about the money. Just like anybody else, it's about the millions.
Millions!
Literally just jumped back on. Salutes. I remember hearing the podcast and they were talking to Charlie something about a raid. The brother knew there was about 10 million in the house and got the... Yeah. No, I think the wives was jammed up in it already. They just had him first and the wives was recording. Does that make sense, JP? Salutes.
I just try, right now I focus on doing good. And I think that while I'm focused on doing positive, it's always in the back of my mind. But I feel like if I do that, I'm in a better situation. And I just put my life in the Lord's hands, to be honest. It hasn't failed me yet. So,
well, what are your thoughts on the U.S. Special Forces to fight against cartels? Is there a buzz about that? Like, is that something that I would say is a cartel intimidated by U.S. military? We had someone on here recently that talked about how a couple of the leaders, right, Los Zetas and stuff like that, even CJ&G had some high-level military officials or military soldiers train. And so I'm very curious about, have you heard anything about the U.S. Special Forces or Special Operations going about?
Who said you kind of did in your Oakland Leaks interview? It was hard to understand. You said Spanish. Pooh don't speak no Spanish. He said, what's hard to understand? Just kidding. The guy in the deal had died and there was immunity wasn't used to help them. I don't know, JP. You're going to have to give me a refresher course on that shit because I don't remember. Hit the like button, y'all.
Battle with cartel.
So,
about the U.S. Special Forces or Special Operations going to battle with cartel.
So, in my whole environment with the cartel, my whole time there, I absolutely the cartel had the money to hire, the best people, and especially the United States military vets that done tours or lead the military life, and then next thing you know they don't they're looking for jobs just like a private company could actually hire them, and the cartel hires them as well. So there's a lot of American military personnel as well as Mexican military generals and anyone underneath that was actually trained by the United States government, like the Zetas, on both sides. As a matter of fact, Chapo actually, had a general with him, for most of the time, that he was actually in hiding. An ex-general. So they use this because they, intelligence tactics, to train some of
Think about that, the patriotism of these former American generals and soldiers over there teaching the bad guys, quote unquote, the shit. Shout out Zoraida on that check-in. Zoraida came in like Stone Cold today. Tarde pero llegué, Monday live, yay, salutes to you, Zoraida. Zoraida, this was supposed to be a members only live, but I forgot to hit the button, and for the first 15 minutes, it was a universal live, and I didn't know it. All right, but we here. All right, we did with it what we could. We spoke on Cain Velasquez sentencing. Cain Velasquez was sentenced to 5 years. With all his time served and with his ankle monitor, I'm hoping it turns into 2.5 hours and he gets to go home. All right. Your presence was missed. Salutes. Welcome. I got a song for you, my dude. Listen to You So Tough by G Unit. All right, salutes. Primo on the check-in.
They're Sicarios. So yeah, I'm not, and roles and anyone underneath that was actually Cartel hires them as well. So there's a lot of private companies or lead. It's time there.
About have you heard anything about the U.S. special forces or special operations going to battle with Cartel?
So in my whole environment with the Cartel, my whole time there, I absolutely the Cartel has the money to hire the best people, and especially the United States military vets that done tours or lead military life, and then next thing you know they don't they're looking for jobs just like a private company could actually hire them, and the Cartel hires them as well. So there's a lot of American military personnel as well as Mexican military generals and anyone underneath that was actually trained by the United States government, like the Zetas, on both sides. As a matter of fact, Chapo actually had a general with him for most of the time that he was actually in hiding, an ex-general. So they use this because they intelligence tactics to train some of their sicarios. So yeah, I'm not sure to what extent if there's a hierarchy or not, but that's been something that they've been doing for quite some time. They'll recruit generals from different countries as well, and people that have the expertise that could help them out. And that's where they learn how to actually do these drones with they're dropping bombs, and you see the IUDs now that are popping up everywhere. These are all military tactics that they're actually learning from someone in the military that's been trained very.
Yeah, he said yes. It happens to me when I'm trying to be proper. Fuck that proper shit, Papa. Salutes.
Very well, and America trains their soldiers very well. And once they leave the military, they have to find other jobs. And something that I was always familiar with was that there's a lot of U.S. personnel that's leaving that would basically find ways to sell military grade weapons to us and to the drug cartels. I know that there's one person who was in charge of like the destruction of weapons for the military. Like that was their job, and basically they would just go and throw something else, say that they destructed a certain amount of weapons and then come back and sell them, of every type. And they're always looking for it's the business, right? People are actually looking for those jobs, and the cartel will hire them. But I will say this is I want to make it clear. For the cartel, retaliation or going to war with America, that's like the biggest joke to me ever. They're fearful of the United States government as a whole. They're fearful of the laws. They're fearful of imprisonment. They will fight. If they will fight on a battle, fearful of the United States government as a whole. They're fearful of the laws. They're fearful of imprisonment. They will fight. If they will fight on a battle, if there's a Mencho, and he's not gonna turn himself in willingly, they will fight back. But as a collective, like military operations together to fight against America, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Any thought that there could be any type of retaliation on America is a joke. It's a business for them. Everyone has different roles. They work collectively to for as a business, but not everyone wants to die. What you see right now with the Sicarios, they're lower level people. They're killing themselves. Yes, they do use that the violence as to put pressure on the government, to put pressure on people. But most of there's this unwritten rule where you don't attack or you don't use violence against American law enforcement officers. It's bad for business. Now, there's a lot of, rogue criminals, right? Stuff happens all the time. And I think that nowadays it's like anything happens at the border, anything that happens as Mexican, it's a cartel, Yeah. Stuff happens, but most of these cartel leaders understand the power and of America and don't necessarily think about the consequences when they're actually doing the infighting right now. And they're going to realize it. And I think that it has to happen. It has to, one good military operation to basically show that, what they're capable of. They are trained. I do believe they will. They can fight back on an operation.
Listen, y'all, I pitched the show. They don't want to hear it from me, bro. I pitched the show, Quality Control, bro. You know what I'm saying? Where Peter Flores reacts to Jay Flores' interviews. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm a great producer, hell of an editor. You know what I mean? Great director. I think I could have made that show a success, But, it's a no-go so far. I'm still negotiating.
Against, to capture a drug lord, but that's about it. I don't, the people is not going to churn and help them. you being, part of the, you go to the border all the time. The Mexican people are tired of this more than anyone. They live hostage to this criminal activity. And again, it's a business, right?
And that's it. You ain't quietly making your bread over there and not hurting anybody. Once you start oppressing the entire people, what the fuck are we talking about?
People who are important to the business. They're not in Culiacan. They're not in the war battles. You're not going to see the important people that are carrying, that know where all the money's at and are structuring the cocaine shipments and fentanyl shipments at, going at war with another cartel. They're somewhere else in the different cities, and enjoying their life. So I think that everything has to be taken into account, and I understand that with everything that's been going on, especially at the border, especially with drug cartels, like it's something to worry about. But I 100% know that the United States government will have no issues. Not because they're not capable, because that's not what they're meant to do. They're not a militia. They're not, they're not playing politics. So I do believe that not only, would it help Mexico, I think it will help the United States as well. But more needs to be done. I think there's more needs to be done at the border. More needs to be done, in basically attacking the business of what it is, the drug business. And I think collectively, if the government puts a good plan together, I think that it could have a real big impact.
Dude, I love it, man. Jay, honestly, thank you for opening up. Thank you for telling us your story, and thank you for the insight. I think our audience is going to honestly really enjoy this interview, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on, and it's been a privilege. One thing before we go, I do think it's important to kind of point out that today I feel like I'm risking my life, training law enforcement officers. And I think that these are some of the things that I'm always explaining to them, giving them an inside look on the business of drug trafficking, of cartel business. And one thing I will say that's underestimated is the volume of drugs that are coming into the country. I think that's underestimated. I think that no one ever is talking about the billions of dollars that are going across the border each and every month. Millions. And I think that is the key to actually, having a significant impact on the drug cartels, is going after the money, and that's what's been our mission.
Yeah, I've been a part of operations where we focus on countering southbound operations, which is what we called it when I was in. And the southbound operations is everything going south. While everyone's focusing on what's going north, what's going south is money and guns. And yeah, I agree. I think if you're going to create some kind of funnel or some kind of pinch, you'll start disrupting organizations once you stop the flow of money.
Yeah, I think those operations, they're not many. As you see, you remember when you used to do operation, that's the difference. I think more focus needs to be done. Me and my organization at times working collectively with the Sinaloa Cartel, we could load up a semi-truck with $40-50 million of bulk U.S. currency and send it across the border. And that's where, I know that customs has a good, has good seizures, but, there's times that a semi could be loaded up with, dozens of crates of grenades and, rocket launchers and 50 cows, and it goes undisturbed because it's moving south. And all that high power military weapons is comes from the United States,
Yeah.
So I think that there's, a couple more things that could be done to really have an impact. And I'm just glad to be part of the effort today, right? Not part of the problem.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, we appreciate it, Jay. And honestly, we'll find some time to circle back. And if there's something new that pops up and you want to bring that information to the audience, you're more than welcome here anytime.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on. I'm available anytime. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for...
What the fuck? It only took like 2 weeks and shit? Y'all was back down? Damn, they got back down. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Hit the like button. Hundreds up if you want to keep going. And go to part 2. Right? Upper Echelon bugging. Even Nick Irving. I will give Upper Echelon this, JP. Nick Irving don't know nothing about the Bartels. He know about soldiers and war and shit. You don't know about the Bartel. I'm not listening, but I can see the comments. Hundreds up in the chat if y'all want to keep going. People don't believe I was him. Relax, bro. Shout out Primo. Hundreds up. The first time, thankfully you can read, my dude. Salutes. Hundreds up. Hundreds up, and we're going to keep going and get to the next one. Hundreds up. Hundreds up. I didn't expect to go to the next one, but fuck it. We're already here. I didn't get to do what I wanted to do, but we're here. Hit the like button, though. Make sure y'all hit the like button, all right?
Tango el gato, los pantalones.
They already got past the Flores twin origin story. Let's see what they're going to talk about next. I'm just saying, Robin was still Robin. He is I and I am him. Holy horseshit, Batman. Boom. Saludos, Zoraida. Saludos, bendiciones a toda la familia. Nicholas Irving said attacking the Bartels is like I heard him say it. I heard Shrek say it. I heard Jay kind of say the same thing to an extent. Like, you know, they'll have their, but what he's saying is that they're not built like that. Like it sound like Primo. What? What you talking about? So I was thinking, I was agreeing with Nick Irving and Shrek when they said, yeah, you know, this is a problem. It's not as easy. Or I was just saying that's another thought rather than these woo-ha guys that are ready to run in there. But again, none of those guys have experience with the Mexican Bartels. He said they can't read, but they can definitely count those salutes. That's true. Tu corrido las tres llamadas is about them. I think you just asked him. Primo said, I don't know if he's talking about you, Primo. Or the other Primo. I don't know. All right, here we go. Fuck it. We here. Might as well get number 2 out the way. I'll cut these into 2 different videos. All right, Jay Flores returns. We still gonna watch his ass at 125 because, you know, it works out like that. Knock 15 minutes down off that shit. All right, we got hundreds. All right. Would it be targeted to a certain Bartel? What are we talking about? Huh? I'm lost. We just talked about 5 things at the same time. Would the insurgency or the attack be on specific certain Bartels? All right, shout out Upper Echelon for the $10 super chat. I appreciate the support and blessings to everyone in the chat and to all the haters. All right, I posed a question earlier. When you went to go save your brother, and you got on the Cessna.
Wild Dritty just subscribed on YouTube.
Who? Where was it? I lost it. Salutes to the new sub. I didn't see who it was. How would that make the government, the U.S. government? YL J. Reedy has subscribed. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subscription. My man Shrek. I want my own song, please. You can't have your own song. There's no song. The same song comes on for all the power chats. And you're not even in the power chats. Now, if you do enough power chats, JP is the sponsor of the power chats, right? But if you ever take JP out as the sponsor, you could pick the next song, but that song is going to play for everybody that drops a power chat. Shai, what's that building in your logo? I know it's an iconic building in Chicago, but what is it? I'm not from your town. Sears Tower on the left and John Hancock on the right. I have to roll up another one. Salutes 298. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Drink 'em if you got 'em. If you're sober, here's a hug from me to you. Salutes to all my truck driver brothers out there on the road and sisters. And to everybody traveling with their family or trying to get home from work, salutes to y'all. Whether you're watching this live or the replay game. So, yeah, you can't get your own song. JP got his own song because he's the only one, aside from Oso, that really uses the power chat. And this is his song playing.
You never play me, nice try. Ballin' in a nice spot. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Hello, Mr. Nice Watch.
Jonathan Pantria sent $5 salutes Chi Il my dude, Il Cartel members, and chat. I hope you have had a blessed and grateful Monday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content, it's free. Fuck it, ghost watchers, and weak faceless nameless hoe-ass trolls. Free Cain.
He said free Cain. That to me, I'm looking to get people to use the super chat. I think it's fun. I think people could, you could troll, you could put, a different voice. You could put somebody's name like they did the Rafael Caro Quintero. He come in, interrupt my show. I think the power chat's fun. I want to make it clear that this is first-hand knowledge, more than P and I. So you mean the knowledge that you're spitting in this episode is knowledge that isn't just you and your brother's knowledge? It's first-hand knowledge from a second-hand source? Is that what you're telling me? Clarify. That's alive and free and is American. What? More than P and I. That's alive and free and is American. Now I'm lost. Salute, Robin. You are appreciated, my dude. May God bless you and your entire family, especially the wives. Don't try and play me with the power chat. He wants to change your song, son. Right? He wants to change your fucking song. Boom. Yeah, you're gonna holler right here. Boom. So I can tell P to pay for it. I want my own super chat. How much? So I can tell P to pay for it. But it's offices and shit or shops, a little bit of everything. It's a dope building. Bridge connecting them is crazy. There's no bridge connecting them. That's just my logo. That's the dash between my name. No bridge connecting them. Just CHIILL with a dash in between. All right, the bridge would be dope though. My respect to those semi drivers. Mine too. I want my own song, please. I don't think you're understanding the concept. I want my own super chat. How much? To change the song, put a price on the song. That's a thing. What song? Well, yeah, I've seen that happen before. People put a price on the song. Yeah, I don't know. What was the question again for me? The question is, you said this is first-hand knowledge, more than just you and P. So what you're saying is that what you're saying in this latest episode of Borderland is information not strictly culminated from you and P, but from somebody else that gave, another person that gave y'all first-hand information. Is that what you're saying? What was the question? Yeah, that's the question. To lose Primo. So I can tell P to pay for it. P gets to pick the song if P pays for it. He don't want you to have your own song. Like, what? Hit the like button, yo. P will want to pick the song for you. That'd be funny. All right? P, quality control Flores, reacts to J Flores. No C-bill or chili unless you got the blessing. I don't even know what the fuck that means. JP might have to put the price out there.
Me being involved.
How much JP willing to give up for the song on the, or how much how much does JP want the dono to be to get the music changed? What I mean is that we hands down were the real experts. Okay. But where? Amongst who? Yeah. I don't know where that came from, but okay, I hear you. I'm just saying Robin was still robbing. Let me see, I'm looking for it. On my own song. How would that make the U.S. government look? If they targeted specific people, Velez, how would that make them look? Oh, I don't know. Motherfucking ill squad. Look like to me. Should I put that in there? Nah, brother. I want to see your reaction to that music video. That's not what we're doing at this moment right now, Primo. Rug Dealers Anonymous. People call you chill or chili all the time. Okay. Did you just call me no chill or chili unless you got the blessing? Who called me that right now? Somebody did that right now? Yeah, some people get the blessing. Salutes. All right, man. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Let's get it.
me being involved at the highest levels. That's the number one rule. That's the unspoken rule, that you do not attack American law enforcement. They know what that means. It's bad for business.
The opinions of the guests and host are their own and do not represent the opinions of Ironclad, the Border Patrol, or the Department of Homeland Security.
For our guests, a few things he wants to say is Jay Flores. Welcome to Borderland Narcosis, an Ironclad original. Our next guest is Jay Flores. He's coming back. We get into some of the questions that he wants to answer a little deeply, and he has a few things he wants to say about the conversation we had prior to. I want to say this, out of all of our guests, this is the one individual who has sat with three of the top well-known heads of cartels. This individual is the most vetted person we have ever had on this show. And for anyone to question that, well, quite frankly, you just haven't seen enough.
Motherfucker, they've been questioning me for a year already, over a year already. Right? Motherfucker still in the comments talking about that ain't them. Shut up. Who's got the blessing? Oh, because we was talking about the dash. I got you. Shy, I'm still sick. Boy, you need to go see a doctor, boy. Expert in your area, though, upper echelon. The other day you were saying Mencho's wife is Valencia due to her being married to Armando Valencia, and that's false. Boom. Primo just called you out. People don't get your shy ill. Yeah, it's a hard concept, JP. It's a hard concept. She's Gonzalez Valencia like all her brothers. Boom. Put the family tree check down on you, Jay.
Here's the new episode.
If every time you see an ad, you just wanna, you need a download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks.
So Vince, thank you for having me.
What vetted person we have ever had on this show. And for anyone to question that, well, quite frankly, you just haven't seen enough. Here's the new episode.
So Vince, thank you for having me.
Absolutely, thank you for coming, man.
I do want to address a few things that we spoke about. Is that you have a lot of comments that people know how I look, and I'm always wondering, like, do you really know how I look? And here I am sitting in front of you, and I don't believe I look the same. And people comment about these pictures. They're there on purpose. You know, you could go back, and these are very old pictures, and those pictures on Google, they're old, and I do not look like that. And for those who want to know if I've done plastic surgery, I wouldn't tell you, obviously.
The internet is a crazy place. Everyone always has something to say.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that you don't get discredited in any way, because you did this as a favor to me to be on and to not to disclose my identity or how I look more than anything. But yes, you could Google me. My name's on there and my name's everywhere. But I really appreciate that you even accepted to do this. And I'm sure you understand why I take these precautions.
Absolutely.
It seems like, you know, after we got off, I had so many things in my mind. I was like, you know, I have to write things down. I have to do this. I have to do that. But then life just takes a hold of me, you know, with the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with.
I get it. And that's actually what my first question is like, you've watched your first interview with us. You saw a lot of the questions. Is there anything off the top of your head you want to address right off the bat?
I don't know. I guess they're all going to be personal. I see that the biggest issue is that there's so much misinformation about drug cartels by all these experts. And then they have a real one, or you'll have a real one on your show, and they're conflicted, or they don't believe it, or there's an issue with that because, you know, I might speak English, or I'm coming off too opposite of what they believe it should be. And that's one of the issues I think I have even when training law enforcement, that it's not, there's no profiling when it comes to drug trafficking or cartel members. I'm sure that everyone could see a picture of Mayo and say that that's him. He doesn't look like Tony Montana, right?
Yeah. That's the interesting thing is I made a video on my Instagram saying, like, I saw some of the questions and I was like, man, you guys don't realize who this is. This is someone who's very credible, right? Who I had several people in, you know, who were in law enforcement said, man, having him on is a really legit person. He's had the big topic for some of the people who know, say, like, you sat in the same room of some of the biggest names in the cartel.
That's what it is. That's why we ain't got no motherfucking subscribers, because motherfuckers don't believe you. God damn, man. Me jodí yo. Let me see. Sick for 2 weeks? Yeah. Hopefully y'all feel better, man. That's crazy. 2 weeks. You feel better soon. Hope you get better, but I'm not gang. Do not have bang. Don't play me like I'm pussy. I will pull up. But this guy is mad right now. Listen here. Is that what it is? That's why we ain't got no subs? Because y'all don't believe that, y'all don't believe him? Crazy. Wildin'.
Cartel space. That's a really legit person. He's had the big topic for some of the people who know, say like you sat in the same room of some of the biggest names in the cartel space.
Yeah, I was talking to my brother about it because it bothers him a lot with misinformation or experts that never actually been involved, at those levels. I'm on every end, right? And I always tell him, well, I think that's our fault because we're probably the only English-speaking individuals from an era of these dinosaur of drug lords, right? That were actually there and were involved and were, trafficking at that major level. And we never set out to do interviews until now. And I think it kind of opened the door for all these, people who have all these
You heard it here first.
Stories, and they're glorifying the life or giving misinformation. And this is why I'm actually here. And I think this is a great platform, especially with, I know that a lot of your viewerships is law enforcement and that type of background. It's a different kind of listeners that I believe need to hear what's really going on and how it actually works. But yeah, I guess, I don't fit the profile, right?
Yeah.
And I think in our life, for the most part, that we didn't fit the profile. They want someone, that's going to be a tough, military person that's a violent or killer or anything like that. And then they hear me and they're like, no, that can't be true. But I will say this, law enforcement, I think, is my biggest validation. And if they were to go back and look at, just the case in general, the case against Chapo, the case against El Mayo and his sons, like we were the primary foundation.
Did it again. What was I talking about? I forgot. Forgot already what I'm talking about. Sorry. Let's get it.
Military person that's a violent or killer or anything like that. And then they hear me.
Oh, I said that they don't want the Flores twins. They want they don't want the Netflix Flores twins. They want the Flores twins from that AI cover that we had. They don't want the Netflix ones though. If y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The way they were portrayed on Netflix, that's the guys that they want. The way that they were portrayed on that AI cover that we did here, or that we saw here, that's what they wanted. Power chat. What are you asking? If it's working? Whatever you said, no te escuchamos. You said power chat? No, I said nothing. I didn't say nothing. I said what I just said. Salute.
And they're like, no, that can't be true. Profile. They want someone, that's going to be a tough, military person that's a violent or killer or anything like that. And then they hear me and they're like, no, that can't be true. But I will say this, law enforcement, I think, is my biggest validation. And if they were to go back and look at, just the case in general, the case against Chapo, the case against El Mayo and his sons, like we were the primary foundation of all these cases going around the country. Our cooperation, indicted a lot of these big drug cartel leaders and their lieutenants.
So you say El Chapo, everyone knows that name. El Mayo, everyone knows that name. And those are two individuals who you sat across from and made deals with, or at least broke bread or had a relationship at some point where you got to sit in the same room with them, correct?
Not only was I one of their largest customers and distributors, they were my friends. Yeah. And I will say this all the time. I didn't have a boss, even though I considered them my bosses, obviously, of understanding. I had business partners, and they were my business partners. And after that, we had a really good relationship, a personal one. I was tasked, my brother and I were tasked to basically show their sons how drug trafficking worked in the United States. So just to kind of give you an explanation of the trust they had in us.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's what sets us apart. They trusted us and confided us because of what we brought to them. In terms of drug distribution and money, that we basically spoke their language and they really liked that. And we had favoritism with them.
What other big names would you? What other big name would you say that you sat across from that is well known in the cartel space?
Well, that's well known in the cartel space, but maybe not as well known as in America. Has to be Arturo Beltran Leyva. He was part of the Federation. He's now deceased, but again, I had a very friendly relationship with him, and I will say I know he liked me a lot. He would let me know that all the time, and people in America don't really know, but he was probably one of the largest drug distributors, at the time when he was alive, even more so than El Mayo and El Chapo. But not saying that just because he distributed more drugs or imported more drugs was he a bigger boss. No, he just had a lot more business going on in Mexico and in Europe, and he was very powerful. He's now deceased, as well as El Mencho. My brother and I actually met him in 2007. At that time, he was more of a lieutenant for the Millennial Cartel, and he ran the plaza in Puerto Vallarta. And even back then, he was extremely violent. Just to give you a profile of what I believed, even back then, he wasn't a person I liked to do business with. As a matter of fact, I would rather had not. There was many times, if I did him a favor, I did it just, because I had to, but most of the time I just refused to do business with him because he wasn't a business-oriented type of person. He was violent. He was more of the face of the cartel. Because to me, the real bosses or the brains were Los Queenies, which was his brother-in-laws. His brother-in-laws were major distributors, and they were more on the financial side. I feel like they were the backing, the financial backing to his operations. They were running, drug distribution networks, from here all the way to Spain, many places of Europe, Australia, and
that deceased comment, it sounded like it was together. Probably because I got it on fast, but I heard it too, JP. It sounded like he said a mental deceased, but no, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that was the next person. Dude was asking him, which other big cartel guys have you dealt with? So he had finished. He said Beltran Leyva is deceased, and then he went out El Mencho. Boom. Started from there. Salutes. Yeah, JP, get a timestamp on that if you want to change that. The sound of the power chat to that.
They were the money makers. Back then, when my first dealings with El Mencho, believe it or not, it was because we were arrested by the Mexican government, and he was sent to rescue us. He showed up himself with 60, 70 armed cartel members. And
he laughing at the what? We was kidnapped again?
We were arrested with El Mencho. They were the money makers. Back then, when my first dealings with El Mencho, believe it or not, it was because we were arrested by the Mexican government, and he was sent to rescue us. He showed up himself with 60, 70 armed cartel members, and law enforcement in Mexico, the government officials feared him because he was a violent man.
I've heard it, and I would love the confirmation from you. I've heard that El Mencho might have faked his death. Is this correct? I don't know why I'm so confused on this.
I think there's been conflicting reports saying that he has passed, and some reports say that he hasn't. I mean, from what I know, I believe that he's still alive. I think that those conflicting reports are just, because he's been suffering from some sickness, and when the government doesn't hear about him or something, they could believe that he has passed. And just me understanding that world, I do believe that if he would have passed, his son probably would have cooperated and tried to save his own ass. And the fact that he didn't tells me that he's still protecting his father. Yeah, so there's many conflicting reports on that he could be sick or he's dead or he's still alive, but everything tells me that he's still alive.
I want to jump to something real quick. Something that we had an interview recently, and the big part of this, we haven't released that interview yet because we're still we're building that interview into something bigger.
Okay.
And the big part of that interview was money laundering. And, you as someone who lived in the United States, who, was, you were pushing a lot of weight and there was a lot of money coming through your area. How prevalent is money laundering, which I know it is in the cartel and drug space, but in your experience, what are some of the money laundering schemes that you noticed, but as well as, there's so much money. I imagine there's banks that go from, there's one bank that I saw in a small town went from one bank to like 20 banks within a few years because it seemed like the money they were getting from money laundering, it was partnering with cartel and whatnot. And so could you enlighten us on a little bit of that?
Well, in terms of money laundering, so there's different types. what you hear a lot about is banks and wire transfers or ways to, drug lords or drug trafficking organizations to hide their money. And this is a little bit confusing at times to someone who doesn't understand it. But what I believe should be the issue, right, is that a lot of these conversations that we have about banks and where these drug lords have their money, what they actually do to launder it, I think there's a confusion, because to me, and my organization that handle literally billions of dollars worth of drugs, there's no way to launder that type of money. I was one of many drug trafficking
That's what
organizations.
he said.
All that money goes back into
that's
business.
what he said on one of these live streams we did on this channel. They asked him, "Well, what about money laundering?" He said, "There is none." Stashly, go put that shit in the house somewhere.
And money is laundered. If I was laundering money for myself, for me to actually, use my profits and put money and make it legitimate so I could reinvest it, that was very small compared to the large amounts of money that's actually being handled, right? And I believe that the story sounds good when people are believing that, someone goes to a bank in the United States and, pulls up with a truckload full of money and gives it to the bank. Most of those transactions are going to be done more as a personal, for a personal kind of gain. If we see the reports of Almentro's wife being like money launderer for the cartel, and what I see is that she's being a money launderer for her, for the profits that they're receiving, for the profits that they're gaining, and how they want to legitimate, and make themselves legal. But there's different means. You see the trading system between China and drug traffickers in Mexico, where the money doesn't move. They basically need to pay for precursors in China. The Mexican drug cartel will receive money in different cities in the United States, and instead of going through a wire transfer, they'll just have Chinese citizens give them, the money in China, and they'll give them the money here in the U.S. And I believe that that's why you see so many migrants being from China. That opened the door for them to take their money out of China because it's illegal. They can't take out more than $50,000 at a time, or $50,000 from their bank account. Now that gives them an opportunity to come, to the United States and have that money if they sell some of their assets or launder the money that way. So there's different schemes. For sure, it's either used by shell corporations for a larger fee to be able to transfer it to Colombia and put it in their system, or they'll find a banker in Spain, and the percentages are real high. There's so much money to be made that they'll take the risk. From Spain, a money transfer, if you're going to pay for someone to launder money and get you the money back into Mexico, just say you're going to pay 12 to 16%, and we're talking about millions of dollars. Any legitimate banker or banking system or company would jump to that for the opportunity to be able to make money off of that.
How did you do it? If you made millions, did you just keep your money in the bank and didn't expect them to worry about it? Did they not worry about it? Was it not enough to kind of create a scene?
Not only did I'm gonna tell you how I did it. I'm gonna explain how most of those drug traffickers that I work with did it. We didn't. We rather have cash money than anything else because we know that we didn't. We rather have cash money than anything else because we know the United States government is going to come take everything. The dollar is what's most important, especially when you're talking about drug trafficking. When you're working at that level, you basically need every dollar to be responsible for the amount of drugs that you're moving. There's a lot of money that we actually just kept it in the business. And when we needed money, we'd pull it out. And the way we'd save it would be how every other drug trafficker saves it. You dig it up somewhere. Some people have just bigger hiding spots. There might be containers, in Mexico, in ranches full of, nothing but $100 bills. And
John, you got to catch the replay game, man. You got to put some work in, man. You late to the show, you know what I'm saying? We see you here rarely. You got to hit that replay game. All right, that's the first topic of discussion, and we got to it quick. So get after it. Salute. Hit that like button.
They just continue to put the money back into the business, reinvest it. It takes money to have sicarios and buy weapons and vehicles. So it works a little bit like that.
Have you heard in recent years them using anything like the new, cryptocurrencies?
The way it works is that it works with a bunch of like subcontractors, and I know that there's networks that are using cryptocurrency.
Salutes, I appreciate you.
Especially when it comes to web, when they use the web to sell drugs and smaller, independent, smaller drug trafficking organizations. That's how they're moving the money around. But when it comes to major drug trafficking, and we're dealing with the cartels, like you can't go and take a cryptocurrency on a hard drive and pay a drug lord with it, or pay a politician with it. If that makes sense, they want the cash. They don't want any possibility of paper trails. And somehow, some way, you'd have to, just say if you had $30-40 million in a hard drive, then you have to worry about getting the money back in dollars because everyone wants to get paid. You're gonna have, the person that jumps the drugs across the border, smuggles the drugs across the border, he takes a percentage. The transportation person takes a percentage, and so on. So it's a lot of splitting up the money that a hard drive and cryptocurrency wouldn't make sense to it. In that large,
we need some of these first form. We need some of these sponsors right here.
Deal. And I'm talking about what I know: major, large drug trafficking, distribution, and hundreds of millions of dollars, or not billions.
When we stopped recording last time, you mentioned something that I thought was really interesting. It was like, one of our episodes we talked about some marijuana fields in California.
Yeah.
And the episodes were pretty strong, and it's like, man, it's interesting. The cartel is here creating these marijuana farms in California, and then you mentioned like that's not accurate. That's not accurate, right? What you were saying is like the cartel, the big dogs, they don't even think about that guy. And I'd love for you to elaborate and explain that a little bit more.
Watching your episode a couple weeks ago, I was listening to it, and you had a law enforcement, a game officer. He came out and he was talking about something that's been around for quite some years already. That he had this report where he said Mexican drug cartels were basically in California, and they had growing fields of marijuana. And with all due respect, to your guest, seems like a very intelligent person, and I just don't believe that's accurate.
Why is that?
Real drug cartels, the drug cartels that we are speaking about, the ones that you're reporting about, they have no interest in marijuana fields in California and the United States. Their business right now, their biggest business is cocaine, methamphetamines, and fentanyl. They could, bring, hundreds of tons across the border each and every day. That's not a problem to them. You've been to the border. You know that getting drugs across the border up to this point, because things could be changing, have never been an issue. The last thing they'd want to be doing is, having those type of operations under the government's nose, especially when it could affect larger, more lucrative operations of cocaine or methamphetamines or fentanyl. And it's my belief that law enforcement starts to see maybe Mexican independent drug traffickers that are interested in making money off of marijuana and somehow associate them with a drug cartel. And I think
if you're Mexican and you sold a nickel bag in the park, you could call yourself a member of the cartel. Salutes. Hey, you know about Mr. Nice, the bug guy? I do not. Shout out Yael on the check-in. What's up, Shy and Chat? Hope everyone's having a good day. Today, salutes. Thank you for coming through. Chat, drop your Instagram. Salutes 298. Only on el tubo. I don't know what you're talking about, William.
that's false information.
So who are those guys?
To me, they're going to be independent drug traffickers. And just like me before I met a drug lord, there's thousands of people like me. We're not Mexican. They're going to be of every race in America and around the world that are looking to make a buck, looking to capitalize on the demand of drugs of every sort.
Shout out Prima. Upper echelon. It's like saying cartels are not interested in prostiness. GTA arms dealing. Just because they're a cartel don't mean they just sell tons. See, but that's what I'm talking. That's what he's talking about. You're talking from that perspective. He's talking about the fringes. The motherfuckers on the fringes. What he's saying is that they don't mean nothing to the dude on top. They're not thinking about that dude. So if that's a dude on the fringes out there, but I guess. It's rare air up there. Look up an unaliving that happened in Adelanto, California, and we feel in the middle of the desert. Adelanto is like 20 minutes away from where I live. Send us the link. You in the Discord, ain't you?
And supply them.
And you don't consider those cartel. Where's the line? I'll ask you that. Where's the line of who's cartel and who's drug smugglers?
Well, I don't consider them to be Mexican drug cartels because, cartel is that organization. Do they belong to the Sinaloa cartel? No. What belongs to the Sinaloa cartel is anyone that is distributing drugs for that organization.
William Borden, are you talking about the Mr. Nice? Mr. Nice? He's on YouTube? All right, I'll look into it. Buying gold is the way to go for real. Everybody buying gold. Gold is up right now.
And that's why I would ask you, does it matter? Sometimes I'm like, do I make that argument? Does it even matter?
It don't matter. It don't matter because every news station wants to say Bartel people trafficking. You know what I'm saying? They always want to connect those two things. He said clear over and over. And again, we believe I believe Jay to be telling the truth. He could be bullshitting, right? Who knows? But I don't know, man. I feel like they're not worried about no dudes in the mountain fucking going no bud either. Go see what happened to Cain. Be right back. Salutes. My ears ringing. What's going on? We weren't talking about you. I don't know what happened.
And that's why I would ask you, does it matter?
Does it matter who's in the Bartel, who's not? Because everybody's in the Bartel at this point.
No. What belongs to the Sinaloa cartel is anyone that is distributing drugs for that organization. And that's why I would ask you, does it matter? Sometimes I'm like, do I make that argument? Does it even matter?
I think in a law enforcement capacity, it matters when it comes to prosecutions on how heavily they get charged. I think that's where, if I was a lawyer, I'd be like, hit them with it if they're cartel. You know what I mean? But in reality, if they're working with the cartel, it doesn't necessarily mean they're cartel. I think we've definitely kind of blurred the line of what cartel really is. And,
yes. That's the point.
I mean, to be honest, I think Americans use the term cartel way too freely. You know what I mean? And I think it kind of, I wouldn't say discredits. I would just say that it kind of blurs the truth when you're not accurately defining who is who.
I think that's what's important to me, where the truth is being blurred and it's being confusing. Because you state that in terms of prosecution, yeah, hit them with it. But, in my involvement in drug trafficking since I was a kid and all the prosecutions I've ever seen, there hasn't been a law that charges you with being part of a cartel. It's just, it'll say something. And I don't think anyone's ever been prosecuted as of yet, other than the leaders of, for running a CCE. But there's no charge for that. It's
CCE, Continuing Criminal Empire. Salutes. Yeah, if you got that, drop it in the Discord. I'll get to it when I can, Primo. They're definitely getting involved in MJ here in Cali, especially since it's been legalized. Okay. It's not their Primo? I swear I heard Mr. Nice Guy at least once. No, you heard Mr. Nice. See, you got it fucked up.
You don't want no problems.
All right? Fake news.
It's just a description that is set to a judge or but maybe I think with the new law, it'd probably be important.
That's true.
Today with that new law, I think that drug traffickers, even in America, hopefully they're smart enough to understand that all those people claiming to be drug cartels, right? That they say all the time, I work for the cartel. If they're going to keep the same energy with these new FTO, right, designation and charge.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
I think of something that is funny from a law enforcement position. I think the one thing that we could agree on, as in me and maybe the cartel, is that somebody who's just selling drugs wants to claim it. I would say, nah, bro, I know the real side of it, and you're just a punk dealer. You know what I mean? In my head, as a law enforcement officer, I'd be like, I don't want to give that guy that kind of credit because he's full of shit. He's just a dealer. And then on the flip side, I imagine the cartel would be the same, saying like, yeah, he's nothing but a dealer. You know what I mean? So there's a similarity in thought process. Like, I don't want to give that guy that kind of credit because he ain't that big.
Okay, and that it's gonna, let me just take that scenario. A few months ago, and a few weeks ago, you've been hearing these memos or conversations saying that Mexican drug cartels have been given a green light to attack Border Patrol.
Correct.
They play a video of someone shooting. I didn't see the shooting, but they play the video of these drug cartel members.
This is
And I
what
look
we've
at the video,
been.
I'm like,
This is what we've been talking about here since he did that interview. Since they've been putting those words together. Since he told them, look, those two things are separate. They refuse. Their mandate is to put those words together. Bartel, human trafficking. That's what they want.
They're human trafficking. That's odd, because drug cartel members are usually trafficking drugs, and in this instance, they have they're human traffickers, and they have guns. And I said to myself, to me, they could just be how about some just criminals trying to make a buck, or who knows what they're doing? Because I will tell you this, me being involved at the highest levels, that's the number one rule. That's the unspoken rule, that you do not attack American law enforcement. They know what that means. It's bad for business. But now, are we going to take any little criminal, anyone at the border who commits a crime, is he a cartel member? Does he basically represent that? A couple of weeks ago, I see a report where someone goes to the border and asks someone in the street somewhere in Tijuana, what do they feel about the invasion of American military? And you have some young punk kid in Tijuana talking about, oh, we're ready for him, and they name him a cartel member. And from my understanding, one of those individuals has gone missing.
Really?
Now, just think about that. You have someone representing a cartel, or responding for a cartel, and the real people that are probably shitting on themselves somewhere, trying to hide, saying that's the last thing we need, because the reality is that they know they don't stand a chance. They'll fight maybe, but they don't stand a chance. It's not going to be one group trying to fight. It's going to be a bunch of people trying to survive. And maybe it doesn't matter to law enforcement. Maybe it's not going to matter to general public until it starts affecting them. And my point being, some of the stuff that are being put into place, I think that could really, really affect or impact drug trafficking. If it was for me, I would tell you, look, we could make this simple. We could just stop, 60-70% of every semi going south to Mexico, X-ray it. Let's start taking the money, let's start taking the weapons, and let's just really make a difference. Let's invest a little bit more in the 100 miles of, every crossing border, and let's hire more interdiction officers. Let's focus on that instead of waiting for it to get to the inner city or waiting to get to rural areas and being distributed, and hire more investigators to go after it. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I started to say, what if the plan were to work? What if this administration's plan of getting rid of these very large Mexican drug cartels and getting rid of their leadership, what if it works? What would happen then? Will fentanyl stop to exist?
I don't think so.
Giving that so much thought, I'm like, I know it would stop to exist. But I could give you an idea what would happen.
What would that be?
You would have all these Americans in these rural places in Virginia, in Maine, and West Virginia, see opportunities to make money. And what's going to start happening then is you're going to have a bunch of Americans playing Breaking Bad and starting to.
I was just going to say, that sounds like Breaking Bad.
I will tell you is that most of these precursors, most of these chemicals are made into precursors to actually produce these synthetic drugs are legal. Then what's going to happen then? Who are we going to point the finger at? It's just it could matter in the in terms of prosecution. Do a lot of major drug trafficking organizations exist all over the United States? Absolutely. But they're not going to be, drug cartels. And I'll share a story with you. I remember, sitting there with my house on Bala, and they were speaking about a certain individual. I was just listening in, and they said, if they see him, pick him up.
They're just listening and ear hustling over there. No, that's your job in that position.
I was just listening in, and they said, if they see him, pick him up, kidnap him, pick him up, and bring him. We want to speak to him. And in the middle of the conversation, they were basically saying that this individual was a very, large drug trafficker, and he was saying that he represented El Mayo's organization. And he's like, "Oh yeah, so blame everything on me, huh? I'll take the blame for everyone."
Wait, say that again.
And everyone's able to live their life, and El Mayo speaks to him. if they see him, pick him up, like kidnap him. Listening in, and they were speaking about a certain individual. Like, I was just listening in, and they said, if they see him, pick him up, like kidnap him, pick him up, and bring him. We want to speak to him. And in the middle of the conversation, they were basically saying that this individual was a very, large drug trafficker, and he was saying that he represented El Mayo's organization. And he's like, "Oh yeah, so blame everything on me, huh? I'll take the blame for everyone." Like, and everyone's able to live their life and be free. And I never thought about it that way. I was like, "Oh wow, he makes a good point."
Yeah.
That a lot of these large drug trafficking organizations rather say it's the Sinaloa cartel, it's the Mayos, it's the Chapo. It's because it takes the weight off of them.
Yeah, that's a different point of view, and I think you're right. I think what in America we have designated too easily the term cartel to any individual who's smuggling drugs in the United States, who might be violent, who might fit those stereotypical kind of the stereotypical terms, right? The different things
right?
for Mexico. Yeah, exactly. And so I personally do get frustrated where everyone says, "Oh, they're cartel," because I do know like it's a lot more than that. You know what I mean? It's a lot more than that. And I think that term cartel shouldn't be thrown around so loosely, because I think it should be dedicated to those who are genuinely, those who've now been designated as terrorist organizations.
Absolutely. I think
Ironclad creates premium content no matter the environment. From extreme elements to enduring.
Seen as of lately is, the biggest argument is always about, and I've seen it as of lately is, why does the United States worry about the demand and, or something like that. But let's not take it away that these drug cartels are very violent, dangerous drug cartels. They have money. With money comes power. And you see it. Corruption to the highest level. I think that's a threat to national security. I think it should be addressed. And at the same time, who could argue with just going after the bad guys anymore? I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand what's the argument when someone says, look, we're going to, arrest these drug traffickers and we're going to prosecute them. And as we were talking that, earlier today, there's a big prosecution.
Yeah.
And I think that, the prosecutor, Menchito, he got a life sentence today. And some of those charges, that's a cartel member for you. He was convicted of murders and importing, tons and tons of narcotics into the United States, as well as bringing down a Mexican military helicopter that killed, I believe, 7 military officers.
Yeah, I think it was 7.
And that's another thing that we should highlight too that doesn't get really talked about. That there's so many law enforcement officers in Mexico, military officers, fighting these cartels that die every day, and no one talks about.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I've seen there's some really good law enforcement in Mexico, which is known for being corrupt, that are still fighting a good fight, that are risking their lives every day to kind of stand up for what they believe in, and they get no credit. They get no
credit.
love.
We don't hear about them.
Just like you said, that helicopter.
Again, they got to stay low key under the radar, but we don't hear about them. We hear the famous ones, the Marino Locos and shit.
So with those 7 who were killed, they were in efforts of trying to stop drug smuggling. Corruption.
Yeah, it happens. Sadly, it happens every day. There's military officers losing their life every day. Law enforcement officers fighting the fight in Mexico every day. And what's sad is that they go fight the fight, and their own government sometimes is helping fight against them.
Yeah.
It's just someone basically, just, it's okay, right? It's collateral damage to them, and that's sad. But, yeah, I think it's on both sides. There's many things that could be addressed on both sides. And I think it's important, when I come on, just to kind of highlight that even in us talking about some of the stuff that goes on, I think that it's very underestimated. It's way bigger than what Americans think or what.
What do you mean by that?
The amount of money, the amount of drugs coming in, and how organized it is, I think it's underestimated by a lot. Just getting, me being involved in that.
See, you weren't listening earlier, but I think you said you weren't listening. Yeah, I sped it up. I got you up to 125. I don't got time for this shit, all right? We're knocking off a quarter of that shit. You had 1.25 speed. Yes, I sped you up. Wasn't Borderland. All right, salutes. It's a long ass interview. What you want from me? We did 2 of them today. You know what I mean?
I would tell you, like,
when I'm at home doing research, I'm watching this shit 2 times speed. Fuck is you talking about? You know what I mean? All right, shout out Fernando. He said, you can literally use a code. He spoke some Japanese on me over here. You can literally use a cold wallet, add X amount of money in stable coin, which is a coin tied to the dollar. The cash out would be in USD. For a politician or officer, it would be ideal. To pay a boss, the above wouldn't work because of the amounts of money and to a point that stable coins are regulated. Salutes. A lot of Americans. Eastern Hemisphere Bartels, ain't no one see popping them things, or do I gotta power chat the video? I don't even know what that means, brother. Hey, bro, do you speed it up? Yes, I did. Salutes Miguel Lopez on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. Oppression, I said I'm in and out. This is Dragon Coño. Are you rushing this content right now, JP? You better fucking relax. Fucking guys on the A treading. Put him in a fucking bench, Mike. Don't put him in the bath. Don't put him in the bathroom even by accident. He's gonna flip out on you. Oh, wrenches can't put him in. I can only do it anyway. Oh, so he's good. So I can play that 1,000 times, bro. Rocco gave me more props than my Chi-Town homie. Fuck you talk. Oh, we don't give you props. I'll put you in the fucking. Put him in the fucking bench, Mike. Explain that shit to Rocco next time you're on this show. Talking about he gave you more props. His chat didn't give you more props. His chat told you were full of shit. You an actor. All right? His chat said, "No, mommy's wait." Get the fuck out of here. Got time for this shit. Fernando, he's talking. You throw that word around all the time. Which word? What you talking about? Shout out Robert, just got here from work, salutes. He act like he ain't part of the people who always just say the Bartel. Oh, you be saying that shit too, Jay? On your ass. Facts, I'm a CIA spy. No mamas. Alright, okay. He's gonna tunnel everybody out the fucking bathroom. I want props. I live in the suburbs, 32 minutes from Chicago, so I can consider myself a Chicagoan. I know how to throw up gang signs. What's the number? To what? To Empire Carpets? Go ahead. Let it be known. I'll let y'all talk the Bitcoin talk.
If people go and Google me or search me up or something like that, you'd be like, oh, you're a really big drug trafficker. And you're sitting at the table with all the biggest drug lords. And I wasn't the only one. I was probably the only American one.
Yeah.
But there was many in the dozens that were, working at a very high level.
Well, there's one thing that keeps coming to my mind. I have another question after that, but in recent years, a lot of the cartel has been. Or maybe you can clarify this. Is it not the cartel who's involved in human smuggling, or is it the cartel that's involved? Or is that a completely different kind of chapter of thing that's happening in Mexico now?
Okay, well, I'll say from my experience, I never met a human smuggler. And when you say that, drug cartel right. Are drugs, and to me, a human trafficking organization, it's that. And the way they work at the border, they pay a plaza boss that probably works for the cartel, that they're representing the cartel, the permission to be there. They pay them a tax to run their operation. And the Mexican drug cartels have basically the ability to turn it on and turn it off. And every time I see this, especially a couple of years ago when you see the migrant problem and everything that was going on, and I would say, I wish I could tell the government they really wanted to stop it, was just to call the drug cartels and be like, hey, put a stop to that. Because they decide who runs those operations. No one else.
And maybe they chose not to make the call, to be honest.
Maybe they didn't. And you see, okay, now I'm getting a little political, because I do believe that a lot of the issues that we're looking at in the United States in terms of migration, they came to the port of entry. But it doesn't take away that they're very sophisticated human smuggling operations, that they do it for the money. That's job is to bring immigrants from all over the world and, get them to America. Now, I remember when I was around, because of the September 11th attacks, and for those years moving forward, they had rules that said that they couldn't bring any Middle Eastern person. They didn't want to hear about them smuggling a Middle Eastern person across the border, because they understood they didn't want no part of that. I do believe that those, when they set those rules or give orders, I do believe that they're followed. But I do think that it's two different organizations. It's two very different operations when in terms of drugs and human smuggling.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I know from my own experience, I'll say that we've been taught to believe that it is the cartel involved in this as a commodity. I know that the cartel is involved. Well, what I've been told, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that, certain cartels are now will own things like avocados, the avocado plants or harvesting that, almost trying to go legit, but also changing in commodities.
Let's see if he says it. I was told it's a likely chance every avocado I eat got something to do with mayo. Real talk.
If we slow down marijuana or marijuana gets legalized, it's less fruitful for them. So then, boom, there's other things. As the last administration kind of opened up the gates to illegal immigration, well, then it's like, well, let's shift to that commodity to make more money. I don't know if that's true or not. That's kind of what the message has been told.
Well, I think that could happen, but I always look at it even from like a corporate level, because you hear it all the time. Like we switch to electric, all those oil and jobs people are going to lose their jobs that way. And the way I look at it is like, well, what about the jobs you're going to gain making batteries, or what about the jobs you're going to make making something else that's beneficial to another industry. Now, I just don't think that there's enough money for drug cartels. I've seen a senator from Montana say that human smuggling was the number one most profitable business for Mexican drug cartels.
That's what's being said. Yeah.
Really. Like most of the people that are getting smuggled across the border, like they're very poor. 98% of those immigrants that are coming to America are very poor. They can't afford it. And then this is why maybe I'm worried about the government really think that. Do you really think that we're smuggling more people and more humans than drugs?
Get him, Jay.
I don't want to answer by
Get him, Jay. That's why they're called rug cartels, right? Get him. It's loose. And what I like about them having this conversation is that Rocco can attest to exactly what their mind state is on the other side of this. You know what I'm saying? On the Border Patrol side of this. It's pretty dope. It creates a dynamic here. During any time part about crypto, you can use the info for the work you're doing. Company has been working and meeting with Trompitos Crypto Czar. We make big things happen around here. Shout out Miguel Lopez, man. Miguel Lopez eats tacos on Cermak and Western and Taco Nacho. He eats Puerto Rican food on Kimball and Fullerton. I say this part, I'm all good night. Good night. Salutes, William Borden. Let's see. So we got trucks on 18, 26, 47. They're all great food. Avocados wouldn't come from Miles Shy. They come from Michoacan. No mames. I was told by somebody else, Primo. Screwed up. Could have done way better. I just had so much to say. That I don't say nothing to substance. I don't know. Y'all having a loose conversation. There's nothing really uptight about it. It's a little off topic, but anyone plugs associated with West Coast criminal legal activity, get out now. Feds been commenting the dots and proving the depth of the entire operation. The streets is dead. Get the fuck out the game. Bail. Abandon shit. Get a job. Start a YouTube channel. Right? We about to break into the 2%. Only 2% of YouTube channels make it above 10,000 subs. Right? 2%. That's how many millions of channels there are. All right, start you a channel, get you some money. There's a million ways to get paid. Figure it out. Miguel Lopez calling Trompito on the Mexicans. Didn't realize I was way behind throwing off the convo. Yeah, y'all be in a on replay gang and shit. Salutes. We got it figured out though. I said lettuce, tomatoes, avocados are from Michoacan. Those are el animal. No mames. I have to go now since you and Primo dishonor me. Now I gotta go find the fucking receipts. You know what I'm saying? And if I come back and I didn't hear avocados then, I'm putting both of you motherfuckers in the back. Put them in a fucking bench, man. Lopez say he's snitching on the Bartel, snitching on the twins. They coming, Jay. Salutes. Karate Ed in the mix. These subs on YouTube are harder than selling 100 keys in the streets. Nah, but we figured it out. People don't sub up because they think y'all on here lying. Y'all went over there with these big YouTubers, huh? Go over there with these big YouTubers. They don't believe you over there. And then boom, but they get 1 million views. How many views this video got? I put out so people can't tell me, oh, you're fucking, you live off of the twins. Nah, man, I can't even get 10 stacks. Fuck you talking about? What you talking about here? 4,600 views. All right, this shit was published 4 hours ago. Las putas, lo que dejamos. Maybe I'm too unprofessional, dog. But I done it the professional way. That shit was for the birds too. Right now I do it my way. A mi manera. Sounds bad, but the whorehouses in Mexico make la mana and hella bread. They got good breakfast in there. What the fuck you talking about? Michoacan, avocado capital of the world. Listen, bro. Fuck eggs. All that shit. They be trying to tax for some rotten ass avocados over here. All right. Bet. Let's get it. But yeah. But we're going to get over 10 stacks. And we're going to do it soon. Hopefully by the 1st.
Looking stupid. But like, I'm going to tell you, boots on the ground right now, what we see coming across, from what I've been told, the numbers are currently closer to $15,000 per person. Right? Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, that's pretty good money. And the drug side of it, as just, you get your ones and twosies, you get your stuff at the ports of entry, you get your stuff randomly across the border. I mean, I'm not a dumb man. I imagine there's a lot better ways that they're transporting drugs that we just have not caught on to, and whether it be tunnels that.
Yeah, shout out Fernando. I'm gonna rent you up. Y'all could probably do that in the Discord. I'll hit you in the Discord, Fernando. Make it happen. Shout out, tell me where they at. I'm gonna get them. The Southern Confederate Mexican here. Miguel Lopez be wilding all the way the fuck out. Salutes. Yeah, but probably in the Discord. We'll figure it out.
We haven't identified and whatnot. But man, I have been led to believe, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, I've been led to believe that human smuggling is very prevalent in making a lot of their money.
Well, everything I know about drug trafficking will tell me that.
And Fernando, I'm gonna in fact I can do it right now. Let's see. All right, consider it your training day. Salutes, Fernando. Wrenched up. But yeah, we'll figure that out. How does bro Cain smell? Can someone give me a sign?
Whoever thinks that
I've been led to believe that human smuggling is very prevalent in making a lot of their money.
Well, everything I know about drug trafficking will tell me that you and whoever thinks that are completely or completely just don't understand the magnitude of drug trafficking.
He took it back. He was about to call them dumbasses like he be doing to the motherfuckers in here. He took that shit back. He said, maybe you just don't understand. He didn't say, that's why, y'all, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
Well, tell me that you and whoever thinks that are completely or completely just don't understand the magnitude of drug trafficking, like I said earlier.
And that's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Because just I'm a numbers guy. Do you think there's 10 million immigrants crossing the border each and every year?
No, not every year. I think in the past 4 years, the rough estimate number was somewhere around 15 to 20, somewhere around there. In 4 years is what the rough number was.
So yearly, you want to say that you think yearly that 3 million? 5 million immigrants?
I mean, I could just throw a rough number.
I think it's a lot.
You did good. You all right. You was about to let them have it though. You thought you was over here. You was about to be like, hey man, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. Sorry, we're only gonna talk about it because we're talking about it. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Salute Vernon Himes on the check-in. Somebody put an APB out on Chucky Chingon. Somebody put an APB out on 030 North. All right, where these guys at? Let's get it. Let me see something quickly. Yeah, towards the end, JP. We crossed paths a few times earlier in life, brother. Salutes for your information. If everyone here were to tell one of their family members to subscribe, you'll have 20K. They don't fuck with their family like that. Or they don't fuck with me like that. Ooh. Bars.
I mean, immigrants a lot. But, okay.
Yeah, just throw a rough number.
Is that what 3 million?
5 mil?
5 million immigrants?
I mean, I could just throw a rough number.
I think it's a lot. 5 million immigrants is a lot. But, okay.
Yeah, that's a lot.
5 million immigrants is a lot, okay? Because I hear numbers saying that they believe that there's anywhere between 12 and 13 million Mexican, right, national immigrants in the U.S. Illegals. 12 to 13 million. And we're talking about over the last 40 years or something.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't know whatever the numbers are. I just try to give an estimation. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm going to be the one looking stupid. So let's just try it out, right? And we see there's 5 million, right? And we're going to average it out at a high number of 15,000 because government always law enforcement is going to inflate everything. No, right?
Fair.
If it's fair, yeah. I'm thinking, okay, it's 7, but okay. Then we're talking about what? So 75 billion. For 5 million immigrants
in 1 year.
In 1 year times $15,000 for each one. Right, that's still high numbers, but again, if we look at the reality of drug trafficking,
how fast would it take for you to create 15 billion or 75 billion?
To create, to make?
To sell enough to make 75 billion as a drug in the drug space.
Oh, it's probably gonna take a lot.
Yeah.
Collectively, because we're saying that one organization has 5 million. One organization is not bringing in, one organization is not
talking
bringing
nationwide.
We're just talking about like worldwide.
I think shout out Robert for his recommend. I think Jay just needs to go up there and be himself. Everybody else does it. Fuck what they talking about. Just go up there and be yourself. It is what it is when you got a lot to talk about. True, but we want followers who are active and participate. That indeed we do, because I do my participation. Again, there's live streamers that don't pay attention to nobody. Shout out, why don't you negotiate a Shia Reacts plug everything? Because people don't want to be shouting out other YouTubers. Shout out Oakland Leaks, he did it though. Salutes. I'll catch y'all later. Hope y'all have a great, blessed night. Like and subscribe to the great quality content at the Discord party tomorrow night. You tell me in the Discord DM what you want me to do with that. What did you want me to do with that? Salutes. Have a good night. He said he deported his family when he found out it was Mexican. Miguel Lopez wilding. We need to give him a name. He's like, bullet points get you generic responses. Yeah, this is how he needs to have conversations. I like the interviews with Rocco.
I think that those numbers are overstated. So if you were to tell me, well, let's put all the drugs combined, every organization, every independent, and every person, that would tell you a couple of weeks, probably. I don't know. You
yeah, I think you're right.
You know what I mean? Just because it's like we're talking about for 5 million, 5 million people coming in. We're looking at 500,000 immigrants a month.
That's a lot. I don't know. That sounds like a lot.
That's what I say. That's a lot, but 500,000 immigrants a month. And each of them paying $15,000?
Yeah, no. What was told to me is recently the numbers went up because of the Trump administration. Before it was somewhere around 5 to 7, I think it was.
Yeah. And remember, everyone's gonna get a cut, right? It's like it's just a whole big business. But I think that's false information. But what scared me is at the same time, like
I'll slow him down. He's hyped up right now. I'm gonna slow his ass down though. I do got him sped up.
It's still wrong, right? It still doesn't mean that it's not legal. It's still. I think it's still important for to be a
it doesn't make it any more. It's not appropriate at all. But
now
well, here's the thing. Shout out to the N86. That's what I'm saying. This dude be the one lost. I'm not gonna say all that about him. So it's good that Jay is on there to educate his ass. My thing is this conversation is good because both sides of the argument are going to pay attention to this conversation. You know what I'm saying? The law enforcement side is going to pay attention because of Vince, and they're gonna see what Jay's saying, and they could judge for themselves whether they think it's bullshit or not, or they could come to grips with whatever he's saying that's factual, and Jay gets to, exactly like you said, school them. Like, this is what I see from my perspective, from what I saw, from what I know, from what I experienced. So it's a good conversation, and especially that. Again, they got through the origin story. Now they can have these conversations where it's like, okay, there's a common sense question that Vince or law enforcement may have, and Jay's there to give his perspective on it.
I'm thinking about what's gonna happen if they do a good job. You know how the prices are going up for 15,000. What happens when all those human traffickers can't make any more money? What business are they gonna get into?
What, drugs?
No, I don't think there'd be enough of that because I started to think that if their business of human trafficking slowed down, then what else slowed down? Drug trafficking slowed down as well. And I started to just analyze, like, what would happen? What would they do? And I do believe that if they were to crack down on the cartels and crack down on drug trafficking, that you would start seeing a lot of organizations going into kidnappings,
ransoms,
and a lot more of extortions to legal, legitimate business, because they have to find another way to, make money.
Crazy.
Just to give you something to process. I believe that from when I was around to today, I think that cocaine consumption in North America has increased anywhere from 40 to 60%. And right, 40 to 60% has became a party drug. People want to use it a little bit more, and Canada be.
My bad, JP. I saw a music video. I'll take a look at it when I'm done with this.
In top 5 market in North America now. So just to give you an explanation, I mentioned to you earlier that I wasn't the only drug trafficker.
Right.
And if I could move anywhere between 2,500 kilos to 3,000 kilos a month, and this was just one organization of many. So we'll say, we'll be nice. We'll say 10 tons. And 10 tons.
Respectfully, he don't need bullet points. He got a dude asking him questions. That's it. Listen, I feel the same way as him. You give me bullet points, that's cool. Then I'm off like a rabid pit bull. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the bullet points, throw that shit out the window. They need it spelled out better than instructions for making prison ramen. My people made a killing back when it cost $3,500 to get people to cross. $15K is wild. Have a blessed night, JP. Salutes. Appreciate you, sir.
Your average going price right now, just say we'll give it a cheap price. We'll calculate it. We'll say it's $18,000. Right?
Okay.
This is how I would do math. It's $180 million.
In just one month?
$180 million in 10 tons. And I'm giving like really modest numbers just to kind of give you an explanation. Yeah. And I think that 10 tons is very, very small number.
Yeah, I get your point now.
Just it's still an issue. Like if when people listen, it's still an issue, still a problem. Absolutely. Does it matter? Again, does it matter who's running what? Maybe it doesn't.
Well, the drugs being the most financially productive space is always a concern, because that much money, like you said before, means power, which also means dangerous, right?
Dangerous, yeah. Yeah.
And the ability to corrupt full government organizations if need be.
But did you hear what he said though, Primo? Or you just jumping in every now and then? Did you hear what he said? He said if they were to slow down, if they were to stop the game, that's different. If they were to stop the game, then maybe or slow down the game, there'd probably be some interest in those things. But again, y'all could argue that shit out. Take the link next time he's up here. All right? But then beware, there's going to be a price on heads People that don't want to hear a motherfucker on the link no more, they get the fuck out of it. They get the put them in the back.
Put him in a fucking bench, man.
Airplane, I'm still wide awake. You want to get clapped? All right, Airplane had a funny joke in the comments, and now he's in here shit posting.
The difference, that's why it's important. Because
organizations, if need be.
That's the difference, that's why it's important. Because when you have judges letting go cartel members, like just even in the mix of this, it's because they have so much influence, so much power, and they place so much fear in the government because of the money that they have, because of the corruption, because of their access to be able to bribe people and have influence. You take away that money from them, where they can't go buy, weapons to protect themselves and spy equipment and drones and personnel and military trained operatives to come work for them. You take that money away, then they're just regular drug traffickers.
Interesting.
Yo, he be having Vince's fucking wheels turning up there, boy. Good shit. Just they old popcorn. Salute. You know what you mean, bro? They do have their hands in more drugs. I believe that. What I'm saying is, what I believe is, it's like he said, the dudes on the fringes, the dudes, nobody thinking about what they doing up there. But again, those that don't know, 10 tons is 22,000 pounds.
You've taught me something today that makes me question what I know. So I appreciate that.
There you go.
I just want to make sure. And the reason why...
That's why you say Vince gave you more props? Oh, I always tell you that I came to new conclusions and saw things from different perspectives. But quit swinging, man. It's like you came in here on a wrecking ball and shit, upper echelon.
Like, just because I did the numbers so many times on my own, I'm like, really? Because, we're talking about one shipment of drugs, the appetite for cocaine.
Yeah, you're only talking about what kind of numbers you might have done, but every major city, not every major city, but majority of major cities have some kind of similar, I guess, situation going on. So.
Yeah. I just think it's the magnitude, what I'm trying to say. That's just minute. That's just, to me, human trafficking is going to be one, just say maybe one, a different drug, right? That's being so another part of the business, like, but not the whole business or the most important factor.
That's it, 298 for sure. He got to rethink everything he knows or been hearing. Yeah, at least, add some credence to it. We dropping frames for some reason. I don't know what happened. Salute, though. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. We've been here 4 hours so far. I don't have a nose because of the bartels. Can't smell. Not me. I'm an innocent consumptioner. Altogether, it was a great interview. Yeah, no. We've gone over their origin story. I like to listen to it when it's done in an interview again, because maybe there's something in there that we didn't hear before, or something in there that can draw light on something that was, we weren't fully clear on before. But now once they get to this interview, now they're past the pleasantries. Now let's talk about the issues in hand. Now they're having conversations more along the lines of the conversations that Jay and I have here. So just, safe to say we've been replaced.
No mommy's wait.
Salutes. Robert said, I'll give you some bars if you want a little chill pill. I'll take a quarter of one and I'm straight chilling. That's it, that's bars? A literal chill pill? A quarter of one? Relax. Disregard, he was hacked. I will. Don't be a consumptioner. Chai's the real over here. Salutes 298. I appreciate you. Altogether, great interview. Since working with the government, they give the best rugs. They call me guinea pig. I say, give me more.
Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't. Yeah. Damn. You got me on that one. Let me ask you one last question.
It's something to think about, right?
It is. No, it's fascinating. And actually, I know I've caught myself telling people like, yeah, human trafficking right now is big, blah, 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 and the same kind of jargon that I was told, but hearing it from that perspective, hearing it from the financial gain, like what still makes the most money and what's more realistic and what happens. Well, the drugs is still a big issue, and it produces way more money than human trafficking from what it sounds like.
What is like your viewers like biggest fear? Like, what is their biggest fear? Like, what is it that they're worried about?
Yeah, I think, a lot of my viewers, the fentanyl issue is scary. Kids are dying from fentanyl by accidental use. A friend gives them a pill, it's laced with fentanyl. Just a lot of people who follow us have had a history of family members that are addicted to fentanyl or other drugs. That's another one. Then the other side of our...
are we the only dummies that use code words around here to try to kill? And I know it's the words. I'll be demonetized on something. It matters the first 5-10 minutes of the video. If the word cartel is in there, the C got to get cut off of that. So I feel like nobody else does this. It's just me. JP in here, and he's hot.
Our listeners, law enforcement, or those who are just fearful of, the cartel being close to home, the threat of potential dangers, kidnappings. We just saw this morning or yesterday 9 Mexican students were killed. You know what I mean? And they were dismembered, and scared that that'll spill over into the American side and become a threat towards us.
You know what? I know we said we're done, and I wanted to address.
No, you're good.
I wanted to address that. I think it's good to have that fear. It's good to address it. But I shared this in all of my seminars. I have a picture of a real cartel member in Mexico. He has a whole uniform on. And I always ask, when was the last time, how many of these guys have you arrested? When was the last time you guys arrested one of these guys? And they all laugh. And my whole explanation about that is, from my understanding, from everything I know, me being involved in drug trafficking, me being involved with Mexican drug cartels, they said you should fear more a gang member or someone that does, is holding on to a gram of crystal meth when you pull them over than someone who has any type of ties to a drug cartel. If the person has 1,000 kilos of cocaine or, a million pills of fentanyl, fear more the gang member, the United States gang member, with the small amount of drugs. Be more fearful of them than who we consider to be drug cartel members. Because that happens in Mexico. In Mexico, it's a free-for-all. And I really believe that some of these laws and some of the steps that this administration is taking is going to benefit Mexico a lot. It's going to benefit the people. But all the crime that we have in the United States, it's not done by Mexican drug cartels. It's done by American gangs, American drug traffickers, American criminals. And to me, being Mexican, and the sad part, I was a drug trafficker as well, but, I understand that it's important to be fearful. I understand that we have to put pressure to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think that a lot of it's false information.
Yeah.
And it's good for it to be addressed, but I would worry more about the smaller drug trafficker and on a corner, or driving down any rural area across the country.
Thank you for listening to Borderland Narcosis.
How about these takeovers though in these fucking American towns and shit? Motherfuckers rolling around with 50 cows. Some of y'all told me personal fucking stories about it. Miguel Lopez, you might need help, bro. Shout out Working Man on the check-in. Salutes. Fuck around, but I appreciate you correcting me if I offended you. Salutes, Miguel Lopez. JP, you haven't figured out Miguel Lopez's spiel? That's his spiel, man. He's, yeah, he was talking about ice. He said, hit the like button, or he gonna call ice on y'all after he smoke it. That's what he said. Now, I know who's saying this, so I ain't tripping. Salute. All right, y'all. We made it. Shout out Vince. Shout out Ironclad. Shout out Borderland. Salutes Jay. We made it through 2 hour-long interviews from them today. We did the Cain coverage. I put in more time than I thought. Again, we didn't get the members only, so I'll try to fit it in this week. We'll be back at noon tomorrow for a bit. Salute JP. You didn't have to miss the end of the show. We still here. So I can call you nice guy because I'm scarred. Over here calling Secret Service to see if I should be worried. No problem, broski. Mr. Nice Watch. That Hagee can't comprehend that he's like, no way, not in America. He lost like a muff. Maybe not no more. Maybe this all changed his mind, 298. We'll have to stay tuned. Because I'm sure now he's going to be referencing these J conversations with other people that he's having the conversation with that keep spitting the same narratives. So, it is what it is. Let's see what we had here. Let's see. What's going on in the main chat? Let's see. Ed, we're going to move your pictures. Ooh, the aguacates. Ed sent me the aguacate plantation right there. That's what I need right there. Aguacate plantation. All right, salutes to Ed. He leveled up in the Discord. JP, if we don't have to get clapped, I don't want to play this. This is a music video. And I don't even understand how the Eastern Hemisphere shit happened, so I don't get the context. You'd have to tell us. Salutes. But we'll save it for next time. I think I'm going to get out of here. Honey's up in the chat. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Make sure you check out our playlist. We got a bunch of good stuff in there that y'all missing out on. All right, salutes. Drop them in the chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow at noon. We'll be here at noon tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances. All right. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about the Big U indictments. If you're scared, go to church. Get a dog. Here's the Discord invite for those that want to join the Discord. Go see Ed the Hip Hop Guru's Aguacates. Right? Salute 298. Got to show us his hat somehow. 298, you got to download Discord, man. You fucking around. All right. Chat was on point today. Salutes to Zoraida. Appreciate you. We know Mondays is your work day. Monday live shot. Glad I made it. I'm glad you made it too. Again, it was supposed to be a members only and then a universal, but shit took on a life of its own. Let's get it. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Again, make sure you join these playlists. Give us a thumbs up. We're trying to get past this 10,000 and get straight to 100,000, man. We have exclusive interviews, that the big YouTubers is getting now. All right, we had them early. I don't know what I did wrong. Maybe being me. All right, but that brought me y'all, so I'm good with it. Fuck them. We getting clapped with everything said. We getting clapped with all the words today. You said you had to bounce. We out of here. Again, hundreds up. Hit the buttons. Hit all the buttons. Your boy gonna go edit some more. Tomorrow's dropping. Tomorrow we're gonna have the edited version of the LaBarbie Part 1. I'm waiting on Part 2, LaBarbie's son. Is he trying to separate his name from the game, or is he trying to get some kind of fame out of it? I don't know. We're going to get an update on the Big U stuff, but tomorrow's premiere is that. 2:30 premiere, 12 o'clock CS Central Standard Time. We will be right here. Shaw Ill Reacts. I will be putting the Cain Velasquez stuff on our other channel, the Fight channel, which is, I'm looking for the links right here, which is Head Kick Shy. I believe these links are working again. I hit them. They was working. All right, we got Head Kick Shy. I'm going to put the Cain Velasquez edited version over there. And again, make sure you check out the edited version. Sometimes I add extra stuff that wasn't there. And these are our other channels. Make sure you sub up. All right. Let's see. With that said, I got you. I'm going to download that shit. I can send it on the gram. I just got one. All right, salutes. You can do that. You already know my gram, so. But yeah, get that Discord. The Discord be popping, you know. JP about to have his JP's jukebox section in that bitch. Shy, seedless avocados, actually. What you mean? No, that seed is important. There's magic in that seed. JP said, get in the fucking Discord, man. Alright? Stop fucking around. Been wanting to see that. Hey, yeah, I gotta order myself a hat. That's what I'm on. Again, ain't enough time in the day. Ain't enough nothing. As far as it's rough. I need a clone, man. I need Shy GPT, the robot version. All right. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all lunchtime tomorrow. Breakfast on the west, lunchtime in the east. Have a great Monday night, everyone. Your boy gonna go sit his ass down, edit while I, chill out. All right. Salutes Vince. Salutes J Flores. Salutes JP. Let me go through this chat real quick. Let me see. Shout out JP, Velez, Upper Echelon, 298, CeeLo, Primo, Velez. Salutes to all the donators. JP for the power chat. Upper Echelon for the super chats. Salutes. All right, Pooh, Primo, Shannon. Yeah, the chat was wilding tonight. William Borden. Zoraida. John Herrera. Catch that replay, gang. Hit that like button. Salute to Yael for checking in. $298. Fernando, appreciate you. It's your chaining day. Ranched up. Trenched up. Shout out Miguel Lopez. Albert Flores was in here earlier. Salutes to him. Salutes to Upper Echelon for the donos. Salutes to JP for the donos. Shout out Working Man was up in here. At the Hip Hop Guru. Vernon Himes. Salutes Vernon Himes. Again, put out a APB on Chucky Chingon. 030 North. Shout out Robert for checking in. Shout out Airplane. Airplane want to get clapped. Rugs will never cease to exist because America is the #1 consumer of rugs, and that means all of us. I partake in the sacred plant. Shout out Working Man. Boom. Shout out to all the members, all the wrenches. Salute. JP, a lot of stuff was seized due to causing infestation to crops. That's a big ass seed though. You sure they're not talking about seeds that fly and shit? I don't know. Wait, what about the server? What about it? Call me. They working. How did it go? Went well. We already gave you our review. Border won't let you bring avocados with seeds. That's fucked. There's magic in that seed. You know why they won't let you? because of that TikTok that's going around. Said if you put that seed in alcohol and spray that shit on something that hurts, it instantly stops it. That's why. You're better off over here with a Chicago Fitted. That's what JP thinks of it. He was better over here with the Chicago Fitted. All right? All right, man. Y'all have a good night. We're going to go out the same way we came in. And I will holler. Peace. Who you clapping? Relax.
Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed, she getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this land's for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shiver, this a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers would shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving.